Okay, so we should be live again. Sorry about that, guys. Had some internet issues. I went and reset the internet. Should be back to quote-unquote normal. Hopefully. So, it is now 11-9. Julio played a push shot. Thanks, guys, for all tuning in so quick. Went from 0 to 60 people instantly, pretty much. Hopefully you guys are enjoying this match as much as I am. Plays the jump shot. Let's see what the leave's going to be. He was hoping it was going to rub into that 3-ball and kill it. Not too sure what happened there. Erik just randomly walked over and gave him a fist bump. But anyways, yeah, so we're back live on Facebook and YouTube. Alex, if you zoom in and slow it right down and blow it up on a screen, it's the ball moves. There's no doubt about it. But anyways, that was a couple racks ago, and a lot has happened since then. Yeah, the little bit of angle here on the 3-ball. He's got to play this 3 to the 4 really smart. Does he come below it? Sorry, above it? How does he play it? He's going to try to come to the top right portion, I believe. Just like that. Pretty much where he pointed. Pretty much right where he wanted it. Looks a little awkward on it. Oh, it just draws it right through like nothing. Like nothing. I do appreciate when you guys are sharing the stream, liking the stream, get it back out there. It is appreciated. It's a tough miss. But the 8-ball is a good cover. Try this again, Dave says. Yes, we will try this again. A little bit of internet issues. Never stopped anybody. Where's it going to lay? And a rather interesting spot, if you ask me. Erik's just going to take a look. Just runs into it, but he'll be all right. Take that to the top right corner. $11-10. Just gotta pot it. Just like that. Get a one-game match. Race to 35. Lots of pool to go. Lots and lots of great pool. We're at 5:30 local time. Nothing crazy. They're about 2.5 hours in. Sorry, 3.5 hours in. Oh yeah, it's all good, Josh. I mean, it hardly moved, so you gotta really be staring it down. That happens all the time in this game. I'll scratch on the break. It's a big break. Erik's quick to his feet. I believe so. I asked the guys that are with him the other day, and I believe they said 28, 29. And then one guy said 27, so below 30. Yeah, they asked for video review. It's pretty easy to slow-mo. That's the nice part about streaming is it does give you the access to use us if you feel like it's necessary. We are able to slow something down and just go through a quick replay. Hits that pretty good. Puts a cue ball right where he wants it. It's looking like a pretty good table. I don't see any problems at 4. It passes the 5. Just about getting the job done. It's really just about keeping good position here. It's nothing crazy. Hits that ball good. But like I said, neither of these players have really hit a gear yet. They're both extremely capable of hitting a gear, but neither of them have really ran very many tables. I think there's been 2 or 3 runouts this whole match combined. So if one of them can hit a gear, there could be a 5-6 game swing. One mistake might capitalize into 4 or 5 racks. You just never know. Nothing crazy has happened yet. Erik's a little funny on this 9 ball. Shaking his head. He's on just the right side of it. He knows he's got to put a stroke on this now, I think. Unless he's got other plans. He rattles it. That's tough. But, like I said earlier, tight pockets. Tighter pockets. Julio definitely didn't think he was going to see this table. I think it's one of those things, Josh. Erik's played so many of these matches that he just doesn't even let whatever his opponent's doing phase him. What his opponent's doing is his problem. He focuses on what's ahead of him, and that's potting the balls and trying to win this match. But we're gonna tie this match up. It looks like 11-11. Unfortunate rattle by Erik, but a great Julio capitalized on that well. Totally. You can call it etiquette. I get that. But I think he's not going to let something like that get to him whatsoever, because he doesn't want anything to get in his head, right? This game's it has the ability to be a very big head game. And little things you try to completely ignore, especially when you're playing a match like this. Try to completely disregard something like that. But nevertheless, what's important is some good pool, and I think we're getting a good match here. It's 11-11, a race to 35. It's keeping it close. Nothing but back and forth. What more do you want from a pool match? That's exactly it. Oh, there's that big break he had the other day. There's that. This is the break that he ran a little. He went on a little tear the other day. Ran 3 racks in a row with a huge break, and that's exactly what that break looks like. He might be starting to get a little comfortable. But he overhit this just a bit. He's going to be okay. But definitely. Yeah, we're in store for a great match. Oh, he's texting during the shot now. Or whatever. Not my problem. Erik's putting his earbuds in. Listening to some music or whatever. But do remember, guys, this is a race to 35. This is a 10-hour match. You're going to have a couple distractions while you play. So he just gets behind the 10 ball. That's all right. Both these guys, they're both good guys. I'm sure there's no harm to what they're doing. Totally, Josh. Yeah, exactly. Erik calls nothing. Wave of the hand. Does he have enough 3-ball where he can kind of hit it more full, stun the cue ball even behind that, or even a little soft draw behind the 10 and launch it up table? Let's see what he can do here. I don't know how much of this 2-ball he can see. He doesn't like it. Right as he looks like he's about to pull the trigger, he's like, nope, hang on. So there's the cue ball. He overhit this. He overhit it into a okay zone. It looked like he was just trying to, maybe he was trying to hide it behind the 8-ball. You never know. Hit it hard. It's a good safety. Just spins it off the rail to kill it right behind that 9-ball. Forcing the kick. So jumping this one. He's going to have to kick at it from the right rail. It's a good attempt, but he gives him the full 2-ball. Just draw this off. He should be okay. Just like that. He hit that ball good. There's no real issues here. Just getting from a 6 to 7, which isn't far away from each other. I think he was sweeping. Shout out to the Facebook and YouTube chats. Thanks, guys, for commenting, liking, sharing, and all that stuff. It's appreciated. So I think he was trying to run it off that 9-ball by the body language I seen there. Oh, that's unlucky if it goes. Oh. Makes a nice bank like that. Didn't catch himself behind the horn, though. He's got to pull a really nice shot out of him. Inside the jaws, try to follow this up. It is not an easy shot for anyone. But he's still at the table and not giving Erik a ball in hand with how close that cue ball is inside that pocket. It's not an easy shot for Julio, or for anyone, really. That is awkward. Thanks, Kathy. Hopefully you're enjoying. It seems that you are. Thanks to everybody for watching. Players enjoy the support. And we do at Q Sports Live as well. Thanks for liking and sharing. We got lots more pool to go. See what he's looking at here. Shoot the ball. That's a pretty tough shot. Like I said, there is no shot clock in an exhibition match. They're just playing. It's between them. I think he gets away with it just running it into that 10 ball. Good morning, Dave. Erik will play safe here, I believe. Run the cue ball into the 10 ball. By that reaction, I don't think Erik's happy with that. I can't tell from this angle. I think it just goes. It seems that it just goes. Cue ball overran just a little bit. Oh, Jackson, you never cease to make me laugh. You. Is it paused? I like that. No, it is definitely not paused. Landed a little funny on this 8 ball. He's going to have to make a decent shot here. Rematch, this is correct. Erik Vargas won the first one 35-30. That is exactly where he was kind of lining up. Take that angle to come a couple of rails to the 10 ball. Just like so. Just a little bit of a missed safety turned into a opportunity for Julio to find himself in the lead by 1. Lots more games to go. Tons and tons of more games. Julio to break. Let's see what he can do with his break. He's had some extreme success with his break. The last match near the end, it was just crazy. He's just hitting the ball really good. Dry break. What's in the middle has been the golden question, and it's all the tomatoes and peanuts, as we said earlier. I think the player's just taking a brief break. His break is, I noticed he's got two different breaks that he uses. One, the cue ball pops up like a foot off the table, and the other one just comes kind of to the right. Like this one here. Does have a killer break. Both these guys do. I guess at that level, you got to have a good break. Erik's got one of the nicest breaks that I've seen, how the cue ball just dies and everything just explodes. Made 4 balls on a break earlier. Yeah, 2 good players using wood shafts. That is a good point. Maybe that's the key to success. It really could be. Oh, ho, ho. If it doesn't hit that 8 ball, it's even better. No. No one's breaking like a, no one's hitting them soft. It is full tilt. Like I said, they're hitting the ball good. But I guess at the end of the day, you kind of expect them to kind of hit the break like that at this level. Oh. Well, this got interesting. One ball called. This is going to be an interesting shot if it goes. Oh. Oh, he called the 3. He pointed the 1, and then he called the 3, I think, after. It's a good shot. Left the 1 in the jaws. I don't even know what just happened. It kind of just all happened really quickly. It's a good shot. Left himself some angle here. That's always the biggest problem is you leave yourself dead straight and you're forcing things that aren't there. Here, you just hit it, and it just comes the way it needs to come. Don't have to overwork too much here. Just gotta see what the plan is here with this 9-ball. It looked big until it wasn't. Absolutely, the 4 and the 5 are a key shot, but I'm liking where he's positioned on this 4-ball. 4 to the 5 is really important here. 5 passes the 6-ball. I apologize if it's buffering. Oh, he hit it. He hit just the edge of it. Does it go now? Is the stream pausing for anyone else? No, you can't brush the 5 there, that's for sure. That's what I was worried about. Thought there's a chance. So he plays this. Maybe it still goes. Maybe it still goes. What are we worried about, Sven? What are we worried about? Huge clearance for the 5. I don't know about huge clearance. Definitely not a huge clearance, but it definitely definitely went. Erik was worried about it. Julio kept checking down the line, seeing if it went, because he was curious too. Just a little bit of a back cut here brings him right back to where he needs to be perfectly. Spin off the rail. Right to the perfect spot on the table. You could have fit a bus through there. Exactly, Joe. Time to pick it up. Yeah, like I said earlier, guys, neither of these guys have hit a gear yet, and they both are extremely capable of it. Didn't want to be there. I think he wanted that ball in the side pocket. Yeah, I mean, there's lots of options I guess he had there, but it was a pretty tight shot. I play 740, but I watch around at 340. That's funny. That is funny. Erik tie this up 12-12. Get himself back on the break and back in the driver's seat. That's a pretty good shot here on the 10 ball. Nothing he's worried about. "12-12 game." Lots of 1,000 Fargos in the chats. Yeah, you're not wrong. You know, last stream he did that. I think it was a 4-pack, 3-pack. A 1 win from a mistake to a 3-pack. So a 4-game swing just like that. This can happen in this match, and that's the best part about the match is either of these players can just all of a sudden have monster breaks, and huge racks and 4, 3, 4, 5 games. All of a sudden, you go from a 12-12 game to a 17-12 or 20-12. It just can swing. And that's the whole point in the race to 35 is one guy hits a gear, he's gone. But you can still come back from it up until a certain point. Lots of opportunities here. Erik to break. Cue ball in the middle of the table.
Ooh, it could literally go 15-15. Or no, 17-18. That's what we're
Why are we hitting on 17-18? Wow, I'm working for it. It's been kind of slow. It did 3 times. Hello. It's good ever since. Yeah, we've been live for 37 minutes. So, fingers crossed. Will that support it? Oh, really? I didn't think it was enough. Oh, true. Oh, okay. Yeah, nobody's actually like hit a gear or anything. Like, yeah, it's like, yeah, what is he doing? I think he just called the 10 ball in there. You got ball in hand. I know, but yeah, I get it. I get it, but it's like, yeah. It was just when he did it, I was like,
like it was there. You can like push
yeah,
the two off the rail into that set or whatever.
yeah,
But you can get something or just make the one and then save the two.
yeah. It was just when he set up for it, I was like,
He's probably pissed off still that Erik drilled that little bank combo or whatever game that was before.
oh shit. Okay, hello. I am back. Ben just came in, and the staff came in to grab something. Because we are in the storage room. We are hiding away in a storage room because it's fun in here. But makes for a good spot to set up and do some commentary over a good match. Where's the one ball going? One ball rolls it just far enough. See what Erik does here. Trying to hide behind that 8 ball and does it well. 2-rail kick leaf. Probably. Undercover stream. Yeah, pretty much. The blatantly obvious tripod and camera set up on the table across from them, you know. Besides that, it's pretty uncover. They have no idea, like, you know, well, they know where I am at, but they don't see me and they can't hear me. So I can talk and say whatever I want without any real issues. It's just gonna lay up, I think. He gives the head shrug of, maybe? Maybe it's okay. So, the thing is, and that might be why the head shrug is, he's like, yeah, okay, deal with the 2 ball. Play the bank, force the bank. That's what Erik's looking at. If you can get, you know, in a decent spot for the bank, it's a pretty easy bank into the side. He just has to play the perfect shape to get there and play it, obviously. It's not hard to get the shape from this position. 4 ball's big if he tries to come on that rail. Get away with it. Get away with it just a little bit. Just enough of it. That's the crazy part is when they, you know, whenever you miss the ball, they're missing very well. Trying to hide behind that 4 ball. Gives Erik a chance at that combo. Is he going to go for it? Yeah, he is. He's made a few of these last match. Made a wicked, I wish I saved the clip of that one there. He made a wicked safety that he called, but he called a 10 ball in the corner and just hammers it into the heart of the pocket. 5 ball kick into the 10 ball into the corner. It was crazy. That was on Saturday. That was a good match. If you guys got time to rewatch that. Can he... Do you figure the combo or the Karen? I think we will see. Can't tell how much of this 1 ball he's got access to. Go in. He's laughing because he knows that 1 ball stays up right there. He's out. Now he's got to hide. And he hides, doesn't hide at all. He's trying to hide behind the 10 ball, I believe, and just moves it far enough out. Again, this is a race to 35. Lots of racks to go. Slowly approaching the halfway mark. Same thing happened last match. You know, they're being real careful with what they're doing, getting really comfortable, and then all of a sudden, the break and runs come just like last time. How'd he hit that? How did he hit that? Pretty darn good, I say. He hit that great. Now, if you're Erik here, you just try to tie something up. You just tie it up, or you kind of, in this position, you kind of forcing the 6-10 combo. Well, not forcing it. He could play a different position. But in a way, he's forcing it a little bit. But if he doesn't do that, he forces, you know, Erik has more or less just a tap, tap, tap. This way here, it forces him to play. He's got to think about this 6 ball instead of just potting it. He's looking at how to hit this to get it under it. He's got some good angle. Hit that pretty dang good. He knows it. Just underneath, doesn't run into anything. Just hits it good. Hey, Evan. Few more than that to get this players of this caliber to play a race of 35. Hit this good. Gonna come around. Nice and close to his work. Ten balled in. 13-12. Sven, that's an interesting way to say it. No, jeez. There's lots of tomatoes on this. No, Sven, you were correct. The top speed. You got the top speed right the first time. Can't have anything slow around here. There's that break. 1 ball drops. 2 balls. Gonna hide. It's 4 billion in the middle. Let's just go with that, guys. 4 billion. Whoa. Wow. This guy sure does pull some shots out. Julio does pull some shots. He makes some crazy shots. You just think you're so funny, Sven, don't you? Doesn't get away with it, but just rattles it. Gets almost perfect shape on the 5 ball as well. That's tough. It's $4 each side, guys. $4. Erik's just taking a second. The gentleman that was on the screen. He's another guy from Miami. Julio came with 3 plus him. I think there's only 2. I think 1 left already. No need to call each other names in the chat. Let's keep her friendly. We're all adults here. Erik's got a good chance to tie this up right here. This cue ball's got to stop running. It's okay there. Like to be a little more to the left and up, but they sent one back to Miami to get more money. Yeah, Nick, you got the you got the conversion right. It sure feels like that when I went to Vegas. Jeez, it's killer, the conversion. No names, just fun and games. That's the name of the game, my friends. So he hits this ball real good. Gets himself a little bit of angle. He's lucky to be seeing this table, that's for sure. Just throwing his extension on. Who's commenting? Commentating. This is Peter Chason. I'll have Ben Francis on the mic here a little later tonight. For now, you got to put up with me. My apologies. I'd hope he'd be at the Florida Open. He's from Florida. That's like not being at the Calgary Open. Vargas is looking good this rack. Just going to put the cue ball back near the middle of the table here. Underhit it again. He seems to be underhitting these just a little bit. Sorry, I was just distracted for a second. 13-13. I'll be right back. One moment, guys. Just going to step away. Just give me a brief moment. Hello. We're back. Let's see what's going on in the chat. Nothing. Just quiet. (14-13) Julio. This is going to be, I think this might be a pretty close match unless somebody finds a gear. Couple of unexpected misses on both sides. And here shortly, Ben Francis is going to take over. Erik's in a pretty good spot as long as that 6 does go in the side. Shaking his head, so I'm not too sure. Not too sure. Does it go? I don't have the second camera angle, otherwise I could tell you guys. Plays the inside of the ball. Wow. Plays the tiny little window. But he doesn't like it. Does it go or does it go up? I don't know. It goes on the side. He's really staring it down, so you just never know. Ooh. That is tough. Julio's got a good chance to grow a little bit of a lead here. Hey guys, let's not end the chat. If you guys don't mind. Those comments are definitely unnecessary. As for the Facebook chat. Landed a little funny on this ball. See how well he can hit this. Well, just like that, cue ball, what are you thinking? Just, whew. That's all he has to say. Phew. It's an iron ball out, but it hits it good. Gives himself a good opportunity. Find himself his first 2-game lead in the match. (15-13). A lot more games to go.
All right, everyone. Sorry for the moment of silence. Looks like Julio gonna maybe break and run out here. Just looking to catch a bit of a gear and make this match go a bit of a different way than the first one. Up 3 games now, but still not quite halfway there. Still a bit of a ways to go. Hope you guys are enjoying the stream. Peter's off to spare for a league team here. We got some good pool leagues here at Leather Pocket Billiards. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday nights. So he's off to spare, and I'm locked in for the rest of the match. Let's go. Erik's made a few uncharacteristic mistakes, but I would say he's got to just keep his head up. There's so much of this match left. Nothing to panic about yet. I'm sure he's not. Okay, he's been crushing this break. Lost the cue ball. A big chance for Erik to right the ship here, stop the bleeding. You see Julio just livid about that too, so if you're Erik, you got to really punish him here and make sure he remembers that. Joe Rogan sweating the match. It's a good match. I mean, two super players. Q Sports Live with the free stream, of course. As always, I appreciate everybody out there sharing the stream, clicking the thumbs up on the YouTube. You guys are the real stars. And you had Peter on there for a while, Peter Chasson. And now you got myself, Ben Francis, going to be locked in with you for the night. See how late these guys go this time. I have a feeling it's going to be a late one again. We got a couple of grinders on our hands. Julio plays a really nice pace. He's got a fun, quick fire style. Erik a little more deliberate, which I think for this table that plays a little tricky. The more deliberate in the long run is probably going to get the job done. But score in the first set, Blaine wants to know. In the YouTube chat, I'm following both chats, you guys. Score was 35-30 for Erik Vargas when they played on Saturday. I like the one from Sven. I wonder if Julio's listening to James Brown. Oh, is there some... Is Evan Broxmeyer starting trouble again in the chat? Wouldn't be the first time. Blaine wants to know, did Julio move here or just up from Florida for it? I think just here for a week or so. A few days, something like that. I know he was in Vancouver before that. He was Vancouver, he played Utah, and then I know he was back to Miami, and then now he's here. I'm not sure where he's going next, but definitely a player to keep an eye on. Okay, so Evan and Dakota, maybe just, I'm going to delete the comments that I can see here where you guys are, you know, being kind of out of line. Just keep the chat family friendly, please, guys. Family friendly. Everybody gets one warning, and then I'll just ban you guys if you keep doing it. This is a family friendly show. Erik looked good through that out. Didn't really get out of line. Had the cue ball right where he needed it on every shot. So I'll just delete comments that have like curse words in it. I know you guys aren't saying anything crazy, but and if your stream gets stuck buffering, it could be on your end, or it could be that the internet here is just really not that great. Leather Pocket is in one of the oldest areas of Calgary, and so we're blessed with some just fabulous internet here that we've tried to get fixed, and it's just not in our control, really. But we do the best we can with what we got. Beautiful tables, always super clean. Yeah, not a good signal. Yeah, might as well be dial-up internet, you guys. Might as well be. But knock on wood that it stays smooth for the rest of the night. Winner breaks, of course, here in these big exhibition matches. So Erik to break. After a nice little out there, Julio scratching on the break. Pretty frustrated. Erik did what he needed to do and punish him. Calgary, Alberta, Canada. There's no politics in this match. Maybe I'm missing some of the other comments, but let's just keep it to pool, guys. Just pool. Do I know any decent hotels close to Leather Pocket? There's nothing like super, super close. Not sure if you've been here or to Hidden Spot. They're only maybe 7-minute drive away. There's some good hotels kind of near Hidden Spot. Just up the road. Sheraton is a good one. And there's a couple over there. You'll see them near Hidden Spot. Barlow Trail, 32nd Avenue, that area. So we are live on Facebook and YouTube. Make sure you guys do me a favor throughout the night. Click the share button and click the thumbs up on the YouTube. Appreciate it. I'm following both chats. If you guys got any questions or you just want to banter, then feel free. And there is a question in the YouTube wants to know how long they've been playing for. They started right around 2:15. So they've been playing for almost 5 hours. And the break shot continuing to be a problem for these guys today. Nobody really running any packages, which you would expect in a long race. You'd expect one of them would run maybe 3, 4, 5 racks in a row on the break at this level, but not easy under big pressure. Sillip boys of PHV Vancouver tuning in again. You got it, pal. Shout out to you guys. So it looks like he's a little bit on what you might consider the wrong side of the ball here. Because if he lands on sort of the rack or the kitchen line end of this shot, then he's going to be dealing with the 10 and the 8. If he was on the other side of the ball and could pick the window between the 8, 9, then it'd be nice and easy. From the 7 to the 8, that is. Certainly not easy from here. That's why you see him try to get on the short side of the 7, but he's not getting there. You might think he would roll this one in the side, but I don't think so. I think he's going to just play a simple safety. But he will probably make sure that he plays a tight safety. He knows Erik kicks the ball really well. Jumps the ball well, and that's why you see him just taking an extra second here. Don't think he's trying to roll this inside. It's just too difficult from the angle that he's on. Camera might make it look easier than it is too sometimes, or harder, but in this case I think camera can make it look easier. Yeah, just stunning behind the 10 and the 8. He wants to get cover with kind of both balls there, take away a jump shot. Terrence, this is the same place where Django and Alex played an exhibition match a few months back. Leather Pocket Billiards in Calgary, Alberta, Canada. And why don't I just put up a couple extra logos up there. Just don't mind the clicking for a moment. Erik gonna kick 2 rails here underneath this ball and try to send it towards the side pocket. And at the same time, with a speed where it might bank between the 8-10 safe or somewhere down near the end rail. I think that's what he's trying to achieve. Some kind of separation, though, for sure, is the goal. Making the balls low percentage, so find something. Oh, he goes 3 rails in behind it. Thought he was going 2 rails straight at it. Yeah, 3 rails in behind it, good things can happen. He can kick it towards the low left and kind of keep the cue ball behind the 8, 9, 10. It's a big gap there. Big wall to get behind, but hit it a little too hard, I think, to get the spin to grab, get it to work the way it needed to. Julio for the 3-game lead again. And he drains the 10. 17-14. And I got some more graphics up here today, guys. So I'll put up a few posters in between racks, keep us entertained a bit, and show you what's going on at Leather Pocket, and shout out to some sponsors and whatnot. I got this really great Friday night 10-ball tournament every Friday night. $200 added per tournament, per each weekly tournament that you'll see. They have 3 weekly tournaments: a Friday 10-ball, a Saturday 8-ball, and a Sunday 9-ball. Some different formats there, some handicapping with the money or the races. But $200 added to each tournament's really, really great. Really nice of the pool room to toss in 200. Madman Mill wants to know, do they get a dinner break? LOL. I think they kind of just go for it, man. Looked like last time they didn't really take a break. Maybe just like a snack. I didn't really see them do that, to be honest. And he's been absolutely smashing the break, so let's see if he hits another good one here. Yeah, he's got the one ball over the hole. You gotta love that, but he can't see it, I don't think. He may be able to see it even with just the jump cue. Is pretty easy shot. And the three's not too hard to get on, although could get a flyer and big bounce off the rail, end up hooking himself. And there's another good hotel choice there from David Wilson, the Royal Hotel. Yeah, walking distance from hidden spot. It's only about a 7-8 minute drive from here. Oh, he didn't need the jump cue. Could see straight at it. Oh, he drew into the 4 and maybe nudged it safe. Does it pass the 9 into the side? Erik's curious. At first glance, I think yes, but reached out at this 3 ball is not easy. Gonna need the rest. I don't know about this. No, definitely the rest. Sucks to have to use it. I mean, he wants to try to avoid it like the plague, but sometimes you just got to use it, right? He did pretty good there to reach out and get that cue ball around the 8. That was impressive. Anybody who thinks pool's not a sport, check out that shot. That took some agility, flexibility, and some incredible hand-eye coordination when you're barely looking down the sight of the ball. Nice shot. Kind of made a mess of this one. Going the wrong way on the 5. Let's see where the cue ball's going here. Definitely didn't want to be on the rail, and look, he's going to overhit by a little bit. I think he was trying to be short side on the 6, but not this far underneath it. Now he's got a tricky back cut. He's going away from the 7. Oh, so it's so tricky. He's just going to take the layup safety, and he played it really well. It's a good shot. Erik with the top of the chalk there. He recognized a good shot. The only bonus for Erik is he put that ball near the rail, so it does become a little bit easier to hit. It's got kind of 1 or 2 rail option. I think he has to go at it off 1 rail, the rail where he's standing. But he does sort of have the other rail underneath it. He's going to try to 2 rail it, but I think this is small. Maybe more safety options going this way, like better things can happen, but I feel like it's a very small ball from there. Only because the side pocket's really big. He's hit the point of the side pocket. You got to get close to it. Yeah. He had to get so close to the side that it was easy to let up on the spin a little bit. Easy to let up on the spin a little bit there, just worrying about hitting the point of the side pocket. Well, Julio with a chance to take a 4-game lead now. And this would be the biggest lead he's had in either match. Never had a lead in the other match. Trailed the entire other match. He caught that one a little thick, and that's why you see the cue ball slow down a bit. He's perfectly fine. Just a little worrying. You can see him a little worried. Nice path going forward there. Just takes away the scratch in the side pocket. Got the hat backwards and on the top of the head. He's Got the Peg Lion hat going. Peg Lion style. Shout out to my man Nick's Q Innovation. Nick Manuel, give him a shout. He's got his phone number up there. You can call him, text him. He does it all. He does tips, wraps, makes cues, jump cues, brake cues, carbon shafts, keelwood shafts. And he's a pretty handy player too. Big break from Julio. He's coming up dry here. Erik getting out of the chair, but he's completely hooked behind the 6. So push out here. He won't kick at this one, I don't think. Okay, so he's going to just push the 6 in the way a little more and leave the jump. And this is probably smart because you can pot the jump, but you definitely need to play some control with the cue ball to get position on the 2 next. So I think he's made the right choice here. Often you're not the favorite when you're pushing. So you got to do something out of the ordinary. That looked good. Yeah, they both got to be feeling it. About halfway through. And, you know, pressure's going to start mounting for both players. Looks like a little washroom break, so I'll just go through a couple more posters and ads and whatnot. And we got this is our next event coming up. It's the Fargo Fair Match 10 ball. Actually, we have a qualifier this weekend for a Vegas tournament. That'll be the next match. Or, sorry, the next event. As Peter said earlier, words are hard. But this is the next 10 ball tournament, Fargo Fair Match 10 ball tournament. All the details on the poster there, but you can send me a message or send Leather Pocket a message if you want any more info. Oh, looks like he's really thinking about the jump shot. Surprising. I did think he had to pass it back. The reason why Erik did that is because it has to be difficult. It's hard to be pushing out and be the favorite. So if you're pushing out and you're getting it back, it's very difficult, and you're not the favorite. But it kind of needs to be that way sometimes. You got to bet on yourself. I'm surprised he's going to shoot it. This is tricky. It can be tough to give it back sometimes too, and you've seen Erik jump like perfectly for, you know, a lot of games. They've played a lot of games in these 2 matches. They should know each other pretty well by now. Yeah, I watched that shot. I had it actually. I went home to relax for a little bit on the couch, so I had the YouTube up, the shot that Alex is talking about on the Facebook. For those of you who can't see the Facebook chat, Alex is talking about a bit of controversy earlier in the match where Julio was kicking at the 2 ball, and as he was going by the 4, he hit the 4 with the cue ball. You could very clearly see the 4 move. And so I was watching it at home. I had it up on the big screen. The 70-inch is a little easier to see those things on. But I could see it right away when I hit the rewind on the YouTube. And so they came into the booth to see if Peter had a rewind function to kind of get the right call, and they got the right call. Ball moved. It was a foul. David Wilson says he worked all day and stayed to stream and commentate. I did not work all day. That is a myth. I worked very little amount today. I helped get this all set up and then kind of just chummed around for a bit, and then went home and relaxed for a little bit and came back because it's a lot more fun to watch it with you guys than it is to just watch it quietly at home by myself. Erik with a good shot there. I think he stayed on the correct side of this 4, and what I mean by that is cue ball's not going towards the 9. So he should be able to hold it right near the 4 or towards the middle of the table. But right near the 4 would be ideal. Yeah, little bounce. Back out to near the 4. It's perfect. It's inch perfect. The rest of these balls lay so easy. Just needs to get precise on the 6. Doesn't want to work too hard for it when they're over the holes. Smart to use the second rail there, in my opinion. Get a little closer to the ball. Good touch on the soft draw there. He's in perfect position to get it back to within 3. Bit of a different feeling from the last match for him, so interested to see how he deals with it. He was just the front runner the whole last match. I've seen Erik play lots of pool, and I know how he deals with it, but I'm interested to see how he deals with it this time. He's always been ever the grinder, always fighting hard out there. Nice little touch with the inside spin. Sent him down towards the 9. It's a perfect line. And straight in on the 10. Now would be a good time for a little package like he put together in the last match where he ran 3 in a row on his break. Could use to start doing that in this match. Even just a couple here would be good. Another great sponsor here at Q Sports Live, but also helped keep these tables playing the way you can see them playing perfectly right now with the Simonis cloth. Lackno Billiards Pro Shop. It's got a great table service company, but he's also got a pro shop there, and he also just opened up a pool room in Medicine Hat. 616 it's called. Check them out. He's got 4 diamond tables in there. He's a diamond dealer. And I very highly recommend him. The service was incredible. It's very, very quick and efficient. And what is going on here? Erik's going to break from the corner. This is maybe not a good sign. Yeah. That's not good. Just too many dry breaks and too many, gifts given to his opponent, and now he's willing to just muddy it up. And you can see him. He knows that 4-railer is going to go in a lot. And he can also make the one in the side sometimes, and then he's just going to muddy it up and grind out these games. Needs this one ball to go. He needs it to go. Is he going to get there? Just got there. Julio straight looking at the kick shot. He's got some ways to get safe here, but he needs to watch the scratch in the side pocket. Oh, he's going to get a little fortunate. Tie up the 3. It might be still pretty easily accessible. Erik will still need to deal with the 7, 9, 10. Just didn't really move after the break there. They kind of just stayed glued. That's with his cut break. They're going to stay glued a lot. The balls are not going to move as much as when he's smashing it down the middle. But it's by design. So does he want to potentially go for a 3 foul here? I don't think so. The 6 lays in a really nice spot to break out the 7 or get short side on the 7 and play a nice easy safe. Maybe the 7 goes in the same side as the 6. And it looks like the 3 is super easily accessible from to the right of middle table. All right. Joshua in the Facebook chat. What's up, pal? And welcome to everybody else just tuning in. Do me a favor, click that share button. Click the thumbs up on the YouTube. We got lots of match to go here. These guys are going to be locked in for the night. Just got oh, he's playing safe there. Okay. I'm thinking he's got to watch this 6 ball, and there's a lot of things happening there, but he played a good shot. The only thing is really hard to get ball in hand from these situations against a good player like Julio. When you put the ball near the rail, you're giving him a lot of different options. So he can go 1 rail or 2 rails at it or 3 rails at it. And you can see him looking at the 3 rail option, which I like. It's a big ball from in behind it. He looked at the corner, the top right, so I don't think it goes in there. You just call it on the side because it might go off the 4. It was really just with the intent of trying to get the 3 ball up table and keep the cue ball down here. And he did really well to keep the cue ball down here. But the 3 hit the 4 just dead full and didn't go anywhere. But I've seen he's got good intent on a lot of these kick shots. I haven't seen him really kick with no good intent. He's always finding something from it. So I think the 7 will go from the correct spot after the 6 later on. See the 7 glued to the 9 ball there. But if not, he can move it quite easy from the 5. Could move it now, but I think it's risky. I think it's too high risk. So I think you just position the 5, and if you get the right angle, then you move the 7, 9. If not, you can move it from the 6 later, and potentially you don't have to move it at all. Yeah, and that cluster got broken open just a little bit there when Julio flew at the 3 rail kick. But this is exactly what Erik wanted to see when he came with the cut break, was make Julio foul twice, right? Or almost foul twice, but sell out. Foul once, sell out once. Mission accomplished. Because he's trying to slow him down a little bit. You don't want him just running away with it. Just get that big lead and never look back. So that little cut break might have been great strategy. First glance, I thought it was no good. But it just shows Erik's will to muddy it up and grind out every game. I think he tries to stun softly into the bottom of the 7 here, if he needs to. Assuming the 7 doesn't quite go. Or it might be like very, very small window to get on it. Oh, this is too low. Yeah, you can see him shaking his head. So now the cue ball is going like past the side pocket while cutting this ball. could see him pointing where he wanted to be. Now he's looking at maybe a safety. Can he hold this ball over here, and does the 7 go from there? I don't know if he can hold it. This cut is a lot thinner than what the camera shows, I think. So he's going to come all the way around. Speed looks actually pretty good. Might be inch perfect. What a shot. You can kind of tell Erik's reactions. Like some players would go to the towel when they're in a tricky situation. Erik will go to the towel and the powder when he's perfect. So you knew as soon as he glanced at it and he turned around for the towel, he's inch perfect. And that's a pretty good shot. To land real funny on that ball and then just not panic too much and come around off the 3 rails. The ball in hand shape. Good shot. A little short on the 9 here. Back to the towel. Back to the powder. Little inside spin, a little left spin here, and try to get the cue ball back where it is now would be fine. Don't need to be straight in on the 10. Oh, and you could see him. He cheated the ball into the pocket, and that's why he got so much out of the cue ball there, because he hit the 9 real full. See the 9 wiggle in the pocket just a little bit there. That's why he got so much spin out of the cue ball. Ended up with a fuller hit than what he thought he was going to get. So now just a small tester on this 10 ball. You got to keep the head still here. Yeah, good shot. That shot, particular shot, can be rattled on this table quite easily. Pockets play a little tight here, so you got to be careful on those ones. But you can see it real easy with these nice arena lights we got installed a little while back. Game changer, I think. These lights are one of the biggest game changers in recent pool history. Now the ability for a lot of add-ons to the light, like scoreboards, which we got installed, and laser training aids. There's more training aids coming. There's top-down camera, which is something we didn't have before. I know we're not using it here. We don't have the full system with the cameras installed in every light, and these gents wanted to play, you know, over here on a different table, which is fine. But check them out. Arena light. Amazing. Amazing stuff. Game changer for pool, I think. Okay, with the soft cut break again. He's going a little softer with that cut break than what I would expect. Julio not thrilled. That's why you could see him slowly getting out of the chair. Tough pushing out situation. Tough to not get put back in here and have the worst of it. Where do you push out to? Push to a tricky jump over the 6, like a short one maybe. Well, I'm not sure what he sees over here. Did he try to tie up the 2 with the 6? Or he's just okay with the 7, 8, 10 being tied up and he'll wait for another chance, but curious push. Costa's first match was won by Erik Vargas. Missed that ball, hey? Wouldn't have thought that. Wouldn't have thought he missed that ball. Maybe Julio knows something we don't know about Erik. Oh, he plays this one opposite hand. Did anybody see him play that little jump shot opposite hand earlier? I don't know if anybody noticed it. It was pretty subtle. He wasn't wearing the glove at that stage in the match, so. But he played a little jump shot. He didn't make the shot. He made contact and he actually sold out, but he hit it pretty sweet. And he jumped it opposite hand. Not easy to do. He ripped at the bank. But again, I think it's just like accepting that the 7, 8, 10 is in a bad spot and he'll get another shot later on. Might not like it, though. Might not like his shot. If the 6 to the 7, if he could leave kind of straight on the 7 and just bank it by the 10, freeze him on the 8, that might be there. Might be available later on. He could have taken a big risk there and broke it out. But there's no guarantee. And players at this level, they don't like to take huge risks like that. They want to always be in control, right? So rather than take a big risk with breaking that out and hoping he gets on the 4, he would rather maneuver the cue ball around off these 3 balls and then play a safety on the 7. Because I don't think he was trying to get angle on the 5 to break the 7. I don't think that was being in control either. I think he went and looked over here a minute ago to see what the 7 safety looks like. Kind of knocking the 7 between the 10, 9. I think it's on. It's just really hard to see from our vantage point. But I think that shot is on. And he looks to be in a good spot if that is what he's trying to do. He also kind of has an angle where he could open them up from here if he really wanted to. But again, just not in full control. So when he goes for something, he wants to know exactly what's going to happen. And if he just goes into the balls here, try to break them out, he cannot be 100% sure where everything's landing. Too many moving parts. Looking underneath. Maybe just looking at the line where the 7 is banking there. Let's see what he does. I like watching Erik in these situations because he seems to make a good choice a lot of times. Really high percentage plays where he's not taking super risks. He's going underneath it. This might not work out so well. Yeah, Julio's out of the chair. They're going to need a ref for this one, I think. Erik's showing you where he wanted to be. He didn't get there. And now he's in a big spot. Down 2 games. He's calling like he thinks it goes. They're going to get somebody in to watch it with the cell phone, I think. Or Julio went over and looked, and there's a ton of room. I'm a bit surprised to see him play it this way, and unless there's a nice 2-way option here, where if he thinks he misses the 7, it banks over to the right side of the table, and he's got safe behind the 8. But then you kind of gotta freeze to the 8. You won't have position. Erik told him, if you want a ref, we'll get a ref. Otherwise, just sit down. Costas. And RN Vin, some undisclosed amount. They don't want to disclose the amount, so that's okay. It's their private business. Wow. Mile of room there. Good shot. It didn't look like it from here. That's where the camera angle's super deceiving. I thought early in the rack, I thought maybe there's a little window there, but how do you get to it? Erik found such a sweet way to get to it. Good stuff there. And this is the kind of spot where, you know, because of the way the rack played out, with Julio kind of playing a couple loose shots, thinking that it maybe wasn't going to cost him the game right away. This is a big spot where he can swing the tide a little, change the momentum. Which he seems to be doing. He's going to get it to within one game here. And if anybody remembers the last match, Erik was ahead most of the match up until this point, and then Julio tied it at 18. So how cool would it be to see them tied at 18 again, guys? Who wouldn't love that? Except maybe Erik and Julio. Yeah, wow. Jonathan says, wow. I'm saying, wow. That was a pretty solid out. He walks away like he knows it was good too, right? Quality stuff there. You guys may have watched a couple of years ago. We had this superstar in the building for a little while. Came for about a week. Put on a little show here at LP. Shout out to John Schmidt and to a couple of my sponsors there as well, Predator and Jam Up Apparel. I've been playing with Predator Qs for a few years now, but I signed a deal with them as a sponsored player about 9 months ago, and I'm loving the equipment. Amazing stuff. I love that. I was just explaining to somebody earlier how, because Julio had some tip problems, and I said a player at his level should have a spare shaft that plays almost exactly the same as the one he has right now, but that's hard to find with wood. But with the Revo is nice. As soon as I could afford to, I went out and bought a spare Revo. Not that everybody can afford that. I know it's expensive, but I think players at this level playing for large amounts should have spares. But I said to somebody, I said, you could buy 10 Revos. They all be the same. Pattern rack. Now they're going to talk about the pattern rack. They played 65 games in the first match. And they played 35 here, so they've played 100 games. And now he's going to bring up Erik's pattern rack. Funny stuff. You wait, it's going to be like 25-25, and he's going to tell him he can't touch the head ball anymore. Okay, whatever song Julio just changed to, he was liking it. I haven't tried playing a big match like this with the headphones in, but I might. In the future, I might. I think the only reason Erik doesn't have them in right now is they're probably charging. His AirPods are charging. Thanks, Benny DeWolf. Appreciate that, pal. Aaron says he'll play the referee. Yeah, I know. I think they had a couple guys that play the ref. Let's see. The Wiley Pool veteran, as Wizards World says in the YouTube, he's coming with the cut break. He's not going to let him just run away with it after smashing the break wide open for him. That's a really nice shot. He's going to have another tester, but that was beautiful. From distance, cut that ball in at that speed was not easy. That soft speed on that cut is very, very difficult. He made it look way easier than it was. But now he's got to deal with a little speed control on a thin cut again. and reaching is making this extra difficult. That's why you see him contemplating switching hands. I think it's one of those spots where you're better off with the extension and the reach. To get the extension for the back of the cue if it's that much of a reach. What he's worried about is losing the cue ball. He needs to find the window between the 9-6 to get on the 3, but not easy off a thin cut. Brad wants to know who won the first set. It was Erik Vargas by a score of 35-30. Yeah, easy to catch that one. Just a little thick at that speed. I kind of mentioned it the shot before. Those thin cuts at a soft speed, they want to come out a little thick. It's like cut-induced throw is how they explain it, but best way to remember is just anytime you're cutting the ball thin at a slow speed, you need to cut it a little more than what you originally are going to line up and aim at. And now what an opportunity for Erik to get himself right back in this. And as a big pool fan myself, I'd love to see this go 18-18 again. I just think that's pretty intriguing that they match up that well. And right around the same pace of play. They were right around this spot this time of night in the previous match. They may be just a hair ahead actually this time. The match sped up a little near the end. Saturday's match. He might have landed just a little funny on this 4 ball, and that's a result of reaching a touch. You could see him get the extension for the back end of the cue there, and then he was reaching quite a bit. Anytime you're reaching like that, the speed control is compromised. And you can see he's just a hair funny. He's going to have a tougher shot on the 5 next. And the shot on the 4 ball here is no gimme either. This is a tricky shot as well. Yeah, and you can see now he's got a much thinner cut on the 5, and if he has to deal with queuing over the 6, it's 50% tougher or more. Big shot here. I know it's still early in this match. They're only about halfway through, but you feel like this is kind of a big one with the way the momentum's going. Erik down 3 games, down 4 games, I believe, at one point, and now, chance to tie it up. Just filling in the Fargo Fair Match list. I got another entry here, guys. Get in on that tournament before it fills up. Only a couple weeks to go. Fargo Fair Match 10-ball tournament here at Leather Pocket. Oh, he hit that sweet. You can see him. He knows when to take his time on the big shot and how to really get himself ready for it, you know? He's done well with that. Some players might call that slow, but I don't think it's overly slow. I think he's taking his time when he really needs to. And that's important for anybody out there who wants to, like, never miss like Erik Vargas. That's how you get it done. Be sure on every shot. Take nothing for granted. Yeah, he's deliberate, man. Yeah, big time he's in it. Dominic, you got it, buddy. He's like kind of one of those big time players, you know, when the stakes are high and the pressure's high, he feeds off that. He thrives on that. That's how he makes his living, you know. That's how he pays the bills and feeds the kids, and so he loves it. You gotta love it when that's the job, you know. Coming 3 rails around this. No, he's stunned underneath. Earlier in the match, he tried to come around a ball like that, and he crashed into it. And I think he misjudged the angle that time, and now he doesn't want to take the risk again. So he stayed underneath it. I'd be curious to see if he plays a touchy little safe here or if he goes for it. Because he's kind of played pretty tight, and I think the safe isn't too bad to stun underneath the 10. He's going for it, and I like that. I think he should go for it here. Would be the correct choice in my eyes. Big shot, though. Big shot. Big shot. I don't blame him for being a little worried here. And I think something might have caught his eye. I mean, it is a busy pool room. They did close off the 2 tables closest to this, so they got a lot of room to play and nobody, you know, bumping into them or anything like that. So nice shot. Very nice. That's not an easy shot. Very tricky. Yeah, and I love when you said they're done. Imagine betting a lot and someone telling you how fast you need to shoot. Yeah, no. It's these big matches, you know, they definitely do not need a shot clock. These guys can take as long or as little as they like, depending on the situation. Like you can see, a couple shots just require more attention. You want to get up and fire that one into the rail, you be my guest. Or if you want to give it extra attention, like this guy here, then you're going to miss a lot less. I guarantee you that. What a super out. Couple of really nice outs there from Erik. Get himself right in the thick of this match. You love to see it. And thanks everybody out there tuned in. Dominic Dunn out there, Dunsky Dungeon. Checking it out, sweating it. Saw you shared it. I appreciate it, pal. And everybody else out there who shared it. That's all we ever ask here at Q Sports Live with these free streams. And I always tell people when the internet cuts out that I'll send you a refund in the mail. Because it is free. Free. Erik with the cut break here. Although he's cutting it way more than you'd love to see because he's losing control a little bit and shooting that cue ball a bit riskily towards the top left corner, but he's getting away with it. This one he really got away with because the one ball dressed up nice somehow underneath the 9. How do you figure the one ball gets underneath there when it was on the top of the rack before? And I think he's got angle where he can break the 7, like nudge the 9, 10, 7 out, and be on the 3 in the side. Okay, so that's the 5 ball under there. I was thinking, how did the 1 ball get under there? Okay, so he's straight on the 3, and the 5 will go later on. I think it's got plenty of room. Oh, you know he's feeling good when he's rolling those balls in, because you want to stun that ball in, but not easy. Yeah, even the chat was holding their breath there on the 9 ball, right? I appreciate the share, Dominic. Guys like you helping Pool grow, I'm a big fan. Big fan. And I was a big fan of April Larson before you took over helping her as manager. I'm a big April Larson fan. She's a sweetheart. She was always so nice to me, and she always remembered who I was. And so just, I could see right away you're willing to, help out the players. Game needs a couple more duns in it. Yeah, 18-18, same story. Some people might be tuned in here thinking this is a rerun, but it's not. Don't tune out, guys. It's not a rerun. This is a rematch. But the same song and dance. And I would be willing to guarantee Erik will not be running any 3-packs with that cut break. But he'll be ever grinding and just trying to stay in control of every game. Looks like the 7-9 plays pretty easily. From where he's pointing, looks like it's dead. And he just wants to get straight so that controlling position is 7 after will be easy. Easier. Watch outside pocket. Oh, he flirted with that a little bit. A little bit more than you'd love to see. So the 9 ball's not the problem here. I think the 9's pretty dead. The issue is the cue ball on the 7. Erik's hoping the 7's going to push a little bit to the left of where it is now. Well, pushed a lot to the left. Probably a little more than he thought it would. It came a little high, too. That could be trouble. Yeah, you see the shake of the head. He doesn't like it. Not the same day, but hoping same result. Well, I think it's no secret there's probably more Erik Vargas fans out there just because he's the hometown boy. Erik moved here quite a while ago. Originally was in Winnipeg. Moved to Calgary. We love having him. Real pleasure to have around the pool room. Super nice guy, always smiling, laughing. And just a fierce competitor. It makes everybody a better player with shots like these, just always grinding. Never really, stepping outside the box more than he needs to. Yeah, Wizards World with the nailed it comment in the YouTube. Yeah, really difficult when you're kind of on fire and then the guy gets up there, changes the break. And now you're just in jail when you get back to the table. Got all these tough shots. And again, you know, he hadn't really had any good looks for a couple of games and comes to the table with just a sliver of the 7 ball, and he catches it just a little too thick there. But definitely tough, you know. You finally get out of your chair. It's like 20 minutes later, and all he got is half of the ball, the wrong half. Nowhere to go, nowhere to hide. This might be the kind of shot that you play with a hair of inside. Try to go into the 8 ball. I mean, the casual viewer thinks you just roll this one in and stay underneath the 8, but I don't think you take that risk. I think that's too soft. And missing the 7 just becomes high percentage. So you see him, he's going around the world. How you love that. Just 4 rails for shape, just 4. Good shot. He's a little further away from this 8 than he'd love to be, but that's a good shot. A smart way to play that shot as well. I thought with the touch of inside and speed and go into the 8, he played it a way, way better way. Way better way with the 4 rail position. This is a tough shot from distance on these pockets. This can be a little tricky. But this is where, you know, I like Erik a little better, favor Erik a little more to win this match because of these type of shots. Where Julio, from what I've seen of Julio, I haven't seen him play a million games, but I've seen him, he likes to play quick and he likes to hit the ball a little firm. And the pockets will reject it a bit. You got to hit this one smooth. And Erik's got that nice smooth delivery. You could see it there. Just wiggled it in there, right? And if he hits that ball just a touch harder, it's going to wiggle and stay right over the hole. I think they're both trying to charge their AirPods right now. You can see Julio look to his. Ooh, and he pumps it. He pumps the 10. He's fired up. He's got a lead again. I believe he was trailing 18-14. And he's going to run for a quick washroom break. They're using these great Arcos 2 balls. I'm a huge fan of these. I think these are the best balls on the market. Just super consistent. They just do exactly what you would expect the ball to do. And what I mean by that is the cue ball really just plays the same weight as all the other object balls. So when the spins are happening, when they collide, it just works the way it's supposed to work. I'm a big fan. Big fan. Shout out to Predator. Always coming with the goods. And we got 10 9-foot diamonds here, leather pocket, all Simonis cloth, playing perfect. They're all playing really, really nice right now. We're super spoiled here. 8 7-foot diamonds on the other side of the room. Got some pool league going on over there. And leather pocket has a really nice in-house cash league. I tell everybody, I think the best thing about it is the green fee. So you pay $5 per night green fee. And that way you're not plugging $2 a game or whatever the plug might be. And so you can play from 6 p.m. until league starts at 7 or 7:30. All for that $5. You play the league match as well. All right, Erik to break. Let's watch this little cut break. He's got to watch the cue ball shooting down towards that corner a bit. You can see he's drawing it out of there just in time. Oh, you make that many balls with that soft little cut break. Julio literally is trying not to smile, but he's not smiling inside. And good night, Wizards world. Yeah, let's go. 5 straight wins there for Mr. Vargas from down 18-14. Pool's very much a momentum game. I see it all the time like this. And not just in these exhibition matches, but just in tournament matches and in all the matches. Very much momentum. Keep that in mind when you guys are out there playing too, is that, you know, don't take your foot off the pedal. You know, don't take your foot off the gas when you're ahead. And don't get too discouraged when you're behind, because things flip real quick out there. Crafty little push out there by Erik. Not always going to see that one. And the ball over the hole, it's very, very tough to push out. He did well there to put Julio in a tough spot. Like I said, usually not the favorite when you're the one pushing out. So Julio going to try to knock this one around off 5 rails in behind the stack. It's pretty close. Not easy to control. He did really good there to get it that close. That's a good shot. And a nice one for the fans out there to learn that shot. 5 rails on the safety. You want to get it to the 5th rail. And it's usually pretty safe, but he's done really well with the cue ball to stun it onto the rail also. Frees him up there. Takes away a lot of stuff Erik can do in return. But Erik going to try to chip this 4 by the 10. He's got lots of stuff to hide behind. Oh, he feathered it on the way. Even Julio's sick. He is sick there. He's laughing. Erik said it rolled out a touch to our left, which you would have to think. He's not trying to aim that thin. I also thought he may have miscued a touch there too, just coming off the rail like that. I'm not sure. Well, he really misplayed that. Got into it real thick. I think Erik explaining to Julio's corner there. Yeah, it caught it. It caught it. Hard to see from far away. Julio saw it. Julio saw it because he had a big smile right away. Like he was not laughing inside. Yeah. LOL on the soft break, Brian says. Good change of strategy. Like, Erik's just very, very smart player. That's what that was. It was a very, very high knowledge move to change the break there. Well, he had a lot of room to work there. You feel like the 6, 5, 10 was a big, giant wall, and neither one of them could get behind it in 2 tries. 2 tries each, they didn't get behind it. Let's see if Julio can get behind it this time. Does he have the left side of the 4? I think he does. So he can bank the 4 up table, leave the cue ball there. It's going to leak out again. They both know, and this might be some of the strategy a little bit, is that unless the 4 gets to a good position, they can't do anything with the 5 anyway, so you might as well let them see it sometimes. Might have been some of the thought. Little chessing, trying to figure out what he's going to do next. Maybe he goes for it, breaks it out, makes a mistake. Looks like we got About 250 viewers in the YouTube, 135 in the Facebook. Do me a favor, guys, click that share button. I appreciate every time you guys do that, and you click the like button and the thumbs up on the YouTube. I think he should try the same shot Julio played a little while ago. Okay, maybe see something from the 5. But I thought he might try the same shot Julio played, the 5 rail safety. It played not bad from there to get the cue ball on the end rail too, with a bit of stun follow. But the speed control on the 4 is very, very tough to get off 5 rails, 4 or 5 rails. He sees something here. What does he see? Does a 5-6 play? Or does he just have some easy safe behind the 10? Kind of knocking the 5-6 away. Okay, going the other way. Smart shot. Very well played. And very well seen from the 4 ball. Not easy to see that from the 4 ball. Not easy to see that if he just soft draws the 4 in and stays over there, that he can tickle the 5, knock the 10 away, and stay behind the 6. That's a very good shot. One of the reasons I just love watching Erik play. He's so creative. He just sees things a little outside of the box, which is, you know, really what you need to play high-level pool. We're all kind of doing the same things out there, you know, at a high level, especially at our, you know, semi-pro level, we should say. Erik and myself, Joe, players like that around the mid-700 Fargos, we're all really doing a lot of similar things. Making the balls, playing the safeties. It's the outside of the box things that are going to win you the games, like the creativity and the, you know, jump shots, kick shots, break, all the small stuff, right? Small stuff, that's big stuff. Okay, Julio got a little lucky with the double kiss there, but that's okay. Gonna get some rolls, of course. Race to 35. You gotta figure sometimes you're gonna kick at the ball and you're gonna get a little fortunate. Got a little fortunate double kiss there. Send him up table and leave him tough here. Can't really go for the pot from this distance. I don't hate trying to bank the 5 towards the 10. Towards the 10 and the 6. Kind of leaving the cue ball way down here. I call it lagging the object ball. So you want to bank the 5 towards the 10-6, but just at slow, slow speed. He called the side pocket. That's a big mistake there. I thought he had a higher percentage play than trying to thin that side of it. He's trying to like thin that side of it and run the cue ball around off 3 to the 4th rail below the 10-6. That's very, very difficult. And a lot of times he's not going to get below the 10 and he's just going to push the 5 over the hole. And with how much he missed it by, he was going real thin. Look out, where's this going? Where is this? Way closer to the corner pocket than he wanted to be. Watch the cue ball, they say. He's in good position. If he can run this through with top and right spin off 3 rails, kind of 2-3 rails, he's going to run straight into the line of the 8 off the 2nd rail. It's a nice line. But if he has to draw it a little, it might be a little tougher. Now you got to deal with this side pocket of hair. It's going to stop in time, though. You can see him hold his hands up like, he'll stop any time now. Would be good. He's got ball in hand, shape on the 8. with only the 10 next to tie it up at 19. What a match these guys are having. You think they match up well? I think they're lined up pretty good. Fargo doesn't often lie too much, right, guys? Fargo's pretty accurate. Oh, my goodness. Oh, if his... I've seen him show some emotion. I was kind of waiting for the cue to explode there. He's done really well to hold himself together, in my opinion. I would have been tempted to throw my cue across the room there. You know, we've all felt that pain, right? If you've never missed a ball like that, you're lying to me. You're a liar. We've all missed one of those. And that one really, the camera doesn't do it justice. That's a tricky little shot, I think. Just with the cue ball on that awkward distance close to the rail. And these pockets are tight out there, people. This is not your average playing diamond. This plays tighter than average. I feel like that was a big game as far as momentum goes because, oh, look at Julio, nice guy, gonna help Erik with the scoreboard. Julio helped Erik with the scoreboard there. He didn't move the 2. He was at 0 again. But big game, that momentum, you know. Erik had all the momentum, still does now. Kind of a chance for Julio to stop the bleeding after Erik won 5 games in a row with this cut break. You know, he had a chance to slow him down, stop what was happening. Didn't work out. Hung a 10 ball. We've all done that. And this strategy from Erik's been very, very smart because this is what's going to happen a lot. Erik's willing to play the safeties, you know. I think Julio would rather try to run a 5-pack or something, you know. And this might just frustrate him a little bit too. You could see it, like that's a very loose push. A player of Erik's level, I don't think you can let him see all of the cue ball here. You got to put the cue ball near a rail. So to let him see full on the cue ball here, you watch Erik have some precise control to get the cue ball safe here. Maybe all the way behind the 5-10-8 is what he looked at. Yeah, could see just a little worry about having drove by that ball on the previous thin safety. He probably got the better of it though. Just leave him jacked up is just as tough, right? You could see Julio just trying to bank the 1 into a problem area by the 6-7. Didn't work out. He's going to be in jail here behind the 6. Erik's going to freeze him up. Yeah, he really froze him up here. Good safety. If he's cut off this left side rail, this is a very difficult hit. Very difficult. Unless he has the gap between the 6-3, which he does. So the 2 rail's not horrible here. It is tough to judge, though, because it needs some side spin. Oh, worst case, he broke the 5. Worst case for him, he broke out the 5 for Erik. That was the one thing he really needed to avoid doing, was breaking that out and making life easier for Erik. He might have tied up the 3, though, at second glance. Has he tied up the 3 with the 6? Happens to all of us with any corner, Rogelio. Rogelio says always happens to him in that corner, too. That little 10-ball rattle. I mean, we've all done it. We'll all do it again. That's what I like to say. As many times as I've done it, I'll do it many more times, too. It's the fun thing about pool and the not fun thing about pool. It'll torture us a little bit sometimes. Okay, probably pretty crafty shot that Erik was looking at there. The 1-10 combination with the cue ball behind the 7. I like it. If the 3 is completely jailed, because you're doing a couple things here. You're going to obviously give it a good whirl. Well, he's changed his mind now. He's just going to play safe. So he's going to try to freeze him on the 7 and leave the 1 in a spot where he can play another safety after and maybe potentially 3 foul him. I think he wants to try to put the 1 right on top of the 5-10, but that can be a little risky. If you leave him something to kick at it, he might, you know, make the 10 early. Elaine says, feels like deja vu. Yeah, it really does, right? Okay, this is very smart because the 8's blocked one rail, the 9's blocked another rail, and he's froze on the 7. The 9's a big ball here. If he's kicking this way, it requires some spin. And look at the 110 on the next shot if he doesn't hit this or move the 10. Oh, he's going to push the 10 over the hole. And he broke out the 3. He put the 5. Eric's smiling because he put the 5 in the way. But he can just run out here. You see him. He'd love to have the cue ball where the 5 is and you know, play an easy combo to win this one. But I think you run out nice and easy. Like the 5 goes in the low left after the 3. But he might have a free shot at one more safety and take a whirl at the 3 foul, right? Oh, Benny Sutherland in the Facebook. Does that mean you like Wirecast, Ben? I know you did a lot of streaming too in your time. Is he going to get the rail? He's not. He's not going to get the rail. And we see this a lot of times in these situations. One player's on 2 fouls. The other player's trying to get him on 3. Next thing you know, the other guy has ball in hand. The player who was on 2 fouls. I like the thought there. I mean, if he freezes him between the 8-5, kick's going to be really difficult. And he's put the 1 near the 9's, blocking a lot of paths too. The 9 would be. So let's think if he's frozen between the 8-5, what has he got? Not a lot. Yeah, that would have been devastating safety for sure. Well, Ben Sutherland, I love to hear that because I'm a big Wirecast fan. I really like it. I think it's super user-friendly, and I like that we can simulcast, you know, stream to YouTube and Facebook at the same time is really nice. We could do Twitch. We could do TikTok or something too, I'm sure, but we like just these two. So maybe the 3 to the 5 is just not so easy, right? Because the 5 is blocking kind of a lot of paths, like to be straight in on the 3, and then maybe from the right side of the 3 you have to deal with the 6, and that's why we see them just trying to play safe here. But I don't know. At this level, these safeties aren't always getting the job done. These guys kick and jump and do everything so well. This one's pretty good. This one's not bad. Eric's gonna kick. 10 ball's kind of big there. The 10 ball is kind of big here. He can send the cue ball off the right side of the 1. And you do favor him to hit this one. And Julio's tied up to 6, so. Oh, he's hit this pretty good. He had a couple ways to make the 10 there. He almost made it with the 1 ball. But it's funny how the rack turned around after that misplayed safety from Erik. Now Julio with the initiative. Pretty good shot there, considering where he was. Wasn't going to be easy to punch that out and land perfect on the 2. So he's landed pretty good, considering. Could see him a little worried. Those balls have been rattling here and there. You got to really put them in the heart of these pockets. make sure they're going in. So what does he do with the 6? I think he's going to make the 3, make the 5, and then knock the 6 around off 3 rails while freezing underneath the 8. But he needs to land good on the 5 in order to do that, and he hasn't. He's landed a little funny on the 5. He's landed a lot funny on the 5. So you'd love to be underneath it. Bank the 6 around the 8. Freeze up on the 8. Either way, you can freeze up on the 8. Can he land underneath it from this angle? Oh, he's overcut the 5 by a country mile. He's missed the 5 by a long shot. Yeah, Ronnie Sadon, the action is a lot. There's a lot in the middle. I can tell you that much, but they didn't want to disclose how much. And it's not entirely my business to say how much either. But I can tell you there's a lot of tomatoes in the middle. A lot of tomatoes. Maybe some other vegetables. Or is tomato a fruit? Okay, I think at a lot of levels, players are trying to break the 6 ball out. But I think at a really, really high level, like Erik's level, you try to position underneath the 6 like we saw both of them try to do. Julio was not trying to break out the 6. And I don't think Erik will either. I think he's going to try to get underneath it and then play a simple safety. And he might be just not quite where he needed to be. And now the safety is not simple at all. Yeah, I need to be 2 ball rolls to the left, at least 2 ball rolls to our left. The first set was a lot. I can't say, Blaine. Not my place to say. But it was for quite a bit. Catch it on somebody's post somewhere. But they are playing for a bit. Try to get underneath the 10. I've seen them both complain about a roll over there. It's possible. Sometimes these tables are playing like really perfect one day. And then somebody sits on them. You guys know how that works. Yeah, that's right, Trevor, George, and Joshua. They come from Miami. Well, they picked a good time of year to come here. Being from Miami, they wouldn't have liked it in January. And this match would have been a lot different, I think. Tables play a little different when it's like freezing cold outside. And definitely the room feels a little different with the heat blaring. I think being from Miami, he'd be used to probably a mixture of humid and dry conditions because a lot of the pool rooms out there would probably have the AC just absolutely blasting. There you go, Blaine. Somebody else posted it, then I can't be blamed. Joshua wants to know who set up the match. Well, I'm not sure who set up the Yuto match, but I think all that really happened was like Julio beat Yuto, then Erik beat Yuto, and then they kind of messaged each other. I'm not sure if it was Erik who messaged Julio or Julio messaged Erik, but I think that's kind of how it went down. I think they both said, hey, we match up pretty good. We both played Julio, or we both played Yuto. You want to play? This looks really good. Is it going to get there, though? It's going to just get there, I think. Just enough where he can touch this with left spin, lots of inside. Hold the cue ball for the 8. He wants angle on the 8 anyway. Doesn't want to be straight in on the 8. Needs to get back for the 9. Oh, it was Erik's post. Perfect. Funny how that works. Tell us not to disclose it and then disclose it himself. That's fine. That's up to him. It's his stuff, man. I'm just here talking. I'm just here to talk. Side pockets are tight, so you really need to give these ones full attention. Oh, he plays the rub on the 8. Very, very smart. Very, very smart. I wondered if he might do that if the angle was too much to deal with the inside spin. I'm curious to see how he plays this too. Does he just play off the second rail to middle where he just pointed, which I think is the smart way and the low risk? Or does he come around to the short side of the ball? The line is there as well for that. Off 2 rails to the 3rd rail. Ronnie says, I got the winner. Oh, wait, Erik's playing. I'm not sure I want to play him. I would try the other guy some probably, just if the timing was right. Wouldn't be right away, man. He's primed and ready. I have to let him cool off a bit. I haven't played a race 35 for a while. And I got to set up this match with Stephen Folan and play a race to 120. For some funsies. I'm surprised he went short side on that ball. I mean, the line was there. It was pretty natural. And the 10 near the hole. So I guess landing straight in, not really an issue. You can just draw this one back. You can cut the 10 from anywhere left the middle, really. Momentum has shifted. It was 18-14. Julio. And it's 7 games on the trot for Mr. Vargas, the eraser. Trying to erase another name off the list here. Shout out to Lackno Billiards Pro Shop for keeping these tables primed and ready. We got a really big match coming in January. Should be around January. I can't give you guys too much info yet, but I can tell you that it's a big one-pocket match between 2 big one-pocket players. Neither one lives here. I can give some hints like that. And they're going to tighten up the table a little bit. It won't be this specific one. It's going to be our feature mainstream table. For those local, it's going to be table 15. They want the corners tightened up a little, which I love. It's going to make tournaments a little tricky, you know, having one tighter table. But it's going to make practicing for big events much easier for players like myself, Joe, and Erik. Because for those who don't know, the Matchroom tournaments are on 4-inch pockets. These guys want the corners tightened up to 4 1/8 of an inch. So it won't quite be as tight as Matchroom, but it's going to be tight. Cut break, he's got the 3 ball just about going in every time. But he's got the 1 coming down here tied up lots. He's got a 3 ball cluster staying there with the 5, 9, 10. And he likes it like that. This is intentional completely. You can see him. He's not disappointed one bit that he's hooked on the 1 ball. Not even a little bit. Joko versus Folan race at 200. When's that? Shout out to Boy Touch Rommel Comia Hulagas. Hopefully I didn't butcher that too bad. Christine, sorry I missed you. Next time. Maybe next time. And Joshua, no, not 4-inch. Just less than 4-inch. Or just more, I should say. You're welcome for the stream, Jim, in the YouTube chat. And everybody else tuning in, thank you guys for watching. Make sure you do me a favor. Click that share button. Click the thumbs up. Click the like get involved in the chat, and all that kind of stuff just helps the algorithms share to more people like that enjoy pool. Does he play the double kiss here, or is he just going to roll onto it? I like the double kiss. He played for the double kiss. It didn't really work out. But I thought he might try to play for like a real full hit on the double kiss there and just send the cue ball back down table and leave the one right there. It's a tricky little shot. But he's just going to challenge Julio a bit. And you can see Julio looking at the 5 like, why is this ball always there? It is not Chohan, Ronnie St. Ange. But if you were to guess the name, I would not be able to tell you anyway. So, update the score. Man, good catch. Good catch. Thanks, Josh. Daydreaming there. Absolutely daydreaming. I don't usually do that. Usually I'm pretty good with the score. I guess now that Grant's retired from Q Sports Live, I gotta miss the score once in a while just for him. Sorry, guys. My apologies. So I'm trying to draw back for the 4. He's rattled the 2, and we've seen some balls rattle up in that corner pocket. Tyson says he might be able to play to his Fargo if we get a 6-inch pocket table. Can you imagine? I could run 1,000 balls in straight pool. No, I probably still couldn't, but I could run 200. I'm sure of that. I was just testing the viewers, see if they were paying attention to the score, and you guys passed with flying colors. Thanks, Josh. I love how you guys always got my back, too. Always breaking this out. Look out for the kiss and the scratch. Watch out. Well, it's almost as bad as that, but not quite. You can see him nod his head. It's just one of those shots. I don't think he had a good choice to pot the 4 and position for a safety. Like I mentioned in previous racks that he doesn't like to lose control. I don't think he had a good choice there. So I think he just kind of had to go for it a little bit. It was just one of those situations. Sometimes you just get put in those spots. He's got the jump cue out here. No, he's got the full cue so he can see the ball. And it looks like he's eyeing up a safety behind the 9. Nick Grant, semi-retired. I like to say he's semi-retired because I'm not going to let him retire. He's going to still sit in for some matches during the Hui Memorial and some other big stuff, Len Memorial, stuff like that. But he just wants to focus on some other things in life, which I'm super happy for him to be doing that. I know he's always been a guy that splits his focus in 10 different directions, and sometimes it's better to just kind of put it on 1 or 2 things and just really be super great at those, which I know he will be. And also the biggest part of this is just getting to spend more time with his kids. He's got 2 boys growing up fast, and I know all about that. They grow up super fast, and before you know it, they don't want to hang out with you. I'm lucky. My kid still kind of wants to hang out with me most of the time. Not all the time. But it happens quick, so I'm glad to hear. And funny story about it, too. I like to tell it because I think it's important that people recognize when the universe is telling you things, and I think it reassured Grant because he had already planned on doing the Canadian Women's Championship when he decided that it was time to kind of, take a step back. And then he found out that it was going to be his son's first football game on the Wednesday of the tournament that he already signed up to stream. I think that was a way of the universe telling him to, take a step back and just make sure he didn't miss any of the football games and stuff like that. And I covered for him the football game, so he got to watch it. I would never let him miss that. I'm glad he asked me to do it. It was my pleasure to cover for him that night. But important, I think, for everybody to recognize when the universe is telling you certain things, push you in certain directions. It's pushing Julio to one game closer. He now only trails by 2. I'm just going to take a quick 2 minutes here, guys. Just going to run to the washroom. Really is a game of momentum. These guys not playing the back and forth this time. Erik rattling off 7 games in a row there from down 18-14, and now we see Julio with a couple of games in a row. Shout out to my man Nick with Nick's Q Innovation. Give him a call, guys. You need a tip repair or need to buy some gloves, chalk, need a jump cue made. He's a man. Julio not switching up the break. Man, he's been pounding it. He's got a really, really great break. So if he likes the way it's racking, then I don't blame him. But look at that. He has done that a couple times. I don't know. Erik's strategy looking smarter and smarter. Erik straight to the bathroom. Quick washroom break. I wonder if he will contemplate playing the 1, then the 2-10 combination because of where the 4 is located. The 3 of the 4 not easy. Need to be very precise on the 3. Small window maybe between the 9-8 to get on the 4. Don says, don't you wish you were play, Ben? Actually, not really. He's race to 35's grueling. That's grueling stuff. But yeah, maybe a little bit. There's maybe a small part of me that wishes I was playing. I like doing the commentary too, though. I always say, you know, I like to have fun when I'm playing pool. So if it's not fun, I don't really want to play. And a lot of times, these big giant matches are not much fun. They're just very hard work. And then I can't say I've ever lost one of these giant ones and been happy after or felt good in any way. It was miserable after. Thankfully hasn't happened too many times, but like very not happy after. And there's been times when I lost the tournament, no problem. Happy for the guy after. Happy that I played good still, and it wasn't about the result always, you know. I think sometimes in these giant matches we get too results based because it's for so much. The result really, really matters. But often when I play pool, I just want to be a better player than I was last time I played pool. I know it sounds like cliche and whatever, but it really is how I try to think about playing. Yeah, great match, Jonathan. You got that right. Jonathan Milburn says been here all day. It's a good match. Really good match, like super high quality. We're not watching a couple of, Dominic Dunn was in the chat there. He likes to say, if we're watching a couple of Dunns, but if you bet enough Dunn, I watch you play. I watched you play Carl Baum. Because you guys bet enough, it's interesting. How is their action coming from Florida, says Guy Nicklin. Pretty crazy, yeah. So I think he went to Vancouver and played Yuto. I'm not sure how that match was brought about. But Julio went and played Yuto, beat Yuto. Then Erik went and played Yuto for the second time, beat Yuto. And then they decided to play each other, I suppose. That's kind of how it came about. Nice of Julio to come here and play. We don't get as many, in my opinion, players coming here to play. I think they should all be traveling here to play. The action is incredible. Erik looking good in this rack. Try to regain some momentum a little bit. One more ball roll. He'd love to be straight in there. Yeah, I see where he pointed. Can't have it all, Erik Vargas. Sometimes you got to work a little. Blaine says I should take on the winner. Yeah. I don't. So here's the thing, too. People ask us all the time, hey, why don't you play Joe a big match? Why don't you play Erik a big match? Not really into playing my close friends for a lot of money. I don't really want their money. I don't want to take out of their kids' mouths, you know. And I know a lot of times they're staked and stuff, but that's also another thing is like the stake horses aren't usually as willing to bet when it's two friends playing each other because funny things have happened in the past with friends playing each other. I'm sure you guys can figure it out. So we don't, and sometimes we have the same stake horse. That's another problem, which we can definitely have a lot of the time. And then, so we'll play, just not for like crazy amounts of cash. Sometimes just for $50 is enough to get my blood flowing. I'll try as hard as I can for that. One game I really love playing Erik is One Pocket. He's a super One Pocket player, and he has more knowledge in that game than I do. And so I really love playing him because I'm always going to learn something. I can never really lose. $22.20. These guys put on a nice show. Like, it's not, one guy's not really running away with it, you know? I know last time Erik had a big lead, and this time Julio had a 4-game lead, but they just both battle so hard. It's nice to see. As much as I could talk about not loving to play these matches, the one thing I really love about them is you get to learn something about yourself. Whether that's a good thing or a bad thing is up to you. But I think often we get to see what we're made of. And I really like that. So I think one thing I would point out, and I had a friend of mine point out too, it's noticeable, was throughout the match, Julio's been on his phone a lot. And if I had one piece of advice for him and other players out there is to try to not do that. For a couple of reasons. One is you should watch your opponent play. There's kind of a, not a total respect level thing, but it is a bit of that sort of thing, is you should watch him play out of respect for him. But here's the big thing, is you should stay engaged. So you should try to be like watching the way the cue ball's moving, watching how that rail over there is bouncing, watching what your opponent is doing good, what he's doing bad. Try to stay engaged in the game. If that means trying to find when he's going to miss and then mapping the table from where he might miss and where the balls might lay, that can be a really good way to stay engaged. That's one way I try to stay engaged. Try to predict what he's going to do and what I might have later on in the rack, right? So from here might be obvious the 4-6. Maybe the 4 goes to the rail after. If he clips the rail first with the 4, hits a 6, 4 goes to the end rail, then maybe he's got a safe. Almost did. He caught it with enough bottom to clip the horn. Beautiful little shot there. But I'm thinking, what's going to happen if, you know, if that occurs and then he plays a safe, and then where am I going to be at? That's how I stay engaged. APA Sam. It's got to be Sam Gilmer in the chat there, I would think. I think somebody probably like tagged him or something. There's all kinds of action here. You could probably get somebody your same Fargo to play. There's a lot of pool here. Lots of pool. And you see Erik the whole match, going back to the engaged part of the conversation, just one last touch on that, is the difference between the two players. Erik hasn't looked at his phone once. Not that I can remember. And he's kind of just sat there, can't see his face, but he sat there looking very engaged in the match the entire time. And Sam Gilmer in the YouTube chat, if you can find Erik Vargas on Facebook, you should message him and try to set up a match. He's always willing to give a spot and something fair. And if not, he'll find you a fair match with somebody to play. But he's pretty good at the matchmaking aspect, where myself, not so much. Try to actually steer away from that stuff. Good little safety there from Joji. Looks like Erik gonna go, from Julio. Looks like Erik's gonna go 2 rails. I was reading an email from an entry I had for a tournament coming up from a player. And he's got kind of a close name. Starts with a J. Same amount of letters. It's got an I in it. That's my excuse. All he needs is to clear the side. It's not just going to hang there. And did he bump the 8 funny? No, I think it still goes. I think. But maybe not that easy to get on it with where the 9 is. He's going to need to be pretty precise to land proper on the 7, not to leave the scratch in the side and not leave the cue ball going into the 9, which is where it's going to go. Into the 9. Now, dealing with the flick off the 9, not going to be easy here. Might need like a stun follow. And I think he needs to be pretty precise with position on the 8 to make the 8. And get on the 9 after. There's some moving parts here. Not easy. So he's just going to play with the little top. Without the stun follow, it becomes a lot harder to make the ball. He did well there. I think he's okay. Erik's not getting out of the chair, so that tells me that it's not that close. So he probably has a lot of room to work with, judging a little flick off the 10 as well here. Got some extra juice there. That's where he'd love to be, straight in, but it's okay. He can negotiate a couple of rails here for shape into the corner pocket with the 10 ball. Erik crashed into that ball earlier, but I think he had a much tougher angle than Julio had on that shot. Julio had a nice line come around it. 22-21. Keeping it close. All right, seems to be this table breaking much, much tougher than the previous table they played on. You can see they're playing on a different table. They played on table 14 for those locals that know. In the previous match, but in this match, they're playing on 23, a little bit different. Every table breaks different. That push out was curious. Did he not just push it right back to where it was? I'm pretty close to that. I think Erik's supposed to put him back in here. If he didn't like it the first time, he's not going to like it this time either, right? And you can see him trying to slow down the cue ball with his hand. He might have just told Erik that he didn't like it. Or possibly some reverse psychology. Yeah, that was super difficult from there. It's never going to the right on that angle. Kept pretty straight. He hasn't sold out, though. He's left this pretty tricky. Good question there from a from a viewer. Could we have like sound from the camera so we could hear the balls break and maybe the noise in the room a little bit? And the answer to that is we can't, because then it would pick up the music. And if we pick up the background music too much, then we're going to get copyright banned. Get a copyright infringement, and this time now, they don't just delete the video, they're banning us for a number of days, which is what happened during the Women's Canadian Championship, and Grant could only stream from YouTube for the last couple of days. I just missed some of the comments in the Facebook chat, but I'm back following it now. And yes, they're going to 35 today. I'm a little more involved than the YouTube. I try to follow both chats, but sometimes I gotta answer a question or something on my phone. So then I closed the Facebook for a minute. And yeah, APA Sam 7:30. Man, you're lining up pretty close with these guys, so you might get some action. You might get a little gamble, APA Sam. Come up to Canada. I'll certainly play a little. We'll probably match up not too bad. Good safety from Erik there. Couple of good safeties in a row. That one's easy to drive by off 2 rails. He did pretty good there to make a hit, but I hate it when this happens. This drives me nuts is when giving him ball in hand might have been better than what I did. So I hit it, I push it to a place where it's actually better than where it would have been with him having ball in hand. Closer to the 2 just makes it easier from there. Although it would have been pretty easy before with ball in hand with where the 2 previously was, but pushing the 1 up table with the 2 and the 3 there and the no cue ball movement required is nice for Erik. He loves to see that. Because you know at this level when you play safety like that, the guy is going to hit the ball. The guy is most likely going to hit the ball a lot of times. You're not going to get a lot of ball in hands out there. So you just got to hope he pushes it over a hole or something, right? Len V. APA Sam. We know who that is, and he might be called APA Sam, but 7:30 Fargo's no APA player. Maybe at the top of the APA, that's for sure. Probably didn't get his Fargo from playing APA. And we know Sam's bet a little bit in the recent couple of weeks, months. He's been in some big matches with some big players. It's the nice thing about these matches. I tell players all the time, I don't know why you wouldn't want it streamed. Just stirs up more action. They think they're going to hide, be undercover. Nobody's going to find out how good I am, and I'm going to rob somebody one day. I'm just going to be stealing. They're going to have no chance. They're not going to see me coming. Doesn't really happen like that. Brian says the music and copyright issue is actually solvable. Well, let's hear it, Brian. Let's hear it. Is it solvable outside of using copyright-free music? You got knowledge bombs that you're hiding from me, Brian. Then friends off. Yeah, we've had problems with music forever. You can put the copyright disclaimer, but it's never done anything. Erik looking good here. Take back that 2-game lead. 23, he's getting closer. You can see him run to the washroom quick, so I'll just put up an ad or two while I wait for Brian to tell me about this copyright issue and how easily solvable it is. Need to know. If it's a long explanation, you can send me a message, Brian, which I'm sure it's not a short explanation. Guy Nicklin. They say even if you play on valleys, your Fargo is still going to be accurate to how good or not good you play. And I've seen you play on a 9-foot, and you do play pretty close to 650 on a 9-foot guy. music videos putting ads in your song. That's better than them just cutting it. They just cut ours. Originally, when we first started streaming pool many, many years ago, 8, 9 years ago, they would cut the audio. So because we weren't stealing the video, there was no copyright on the video. So they would cut the audio from the video, and we would just be left with I would be talking, but nobody could hear me anymore. And then over time, they started, making a claim on the audio and cutting the video as well. And then you had to dispute it. And you could get it back because we weren't using the audio as the purpose of the video. And so they would most times just, give back the video, so to say. But now they've gone even further. They blocked us for a little while. They gave us like a ban on going live for 3 days or something crazy. It was weird. So we were like guilty until proven innocent, which is weird. Should be able to dispute the claim, and then once they figure it out, then they can block it or whatever. But I don't know how it all works, right? Agree to a match. Doesn't matter. Easy peasy. And Guy, you're not that crap. You play okay. Erik with the good cut break again, but that time he got a super result with a nice shot on the 2 with nice natural 2-rail position to the 3. And he doesn't have the cluster in the middle like he previously had. He's looking good here. There's not a lot to deal with. The 8 to the 9 to the 10. It's not like super easy, but Len V needs more fireball. Yeah, you can take okay there. You're okay. In my books, Guy. You're okay in my books. Guy Nicklin. What's in the middle? There's a lot. There's a lot in the middle. They didn't want to disclose it. I think it's on Erik's Facebook, somebody said. But I don't want to be the one to disclose it. They asked me not to in the previous match, so I assume it's the same in this match. I don't want to be that guy, right? If you guys want to do a little digging, I'm sure you could find some info somewhere. You can see the pressure's building because he wants to just start to run away with this a little bit. And you could tell it there because being like close to straight in here is not the end of the world. He can shoot the 10 from off the rail a lot of times and have no problem at all. But he really wants to have the cue ball off the rail when he's shooting the 10 and have less pressure on it. That tells me that, it's building out there a little bit because he was really praying for that one to stop a little more. Stun draw to get it out off the rail. Yeah, I see him tapping the table again. Trying to get that cue ball to hold up for him. He wants this. It's a big match for him. I know he's won a couple of matches recently, but he he really wants this one too, and this one means a lot, you know? Lots at stake here. And the 10 ball finds the back of the pocket for 24. 21. Erik Vargas. Sven Polanski. You're great, bud. You're real great. He says, what's the speed limit there in Calgary, Ben? 65K? It's close to that. And Josh Myers, I don't know. I think Erik doesn't mind if he wants to look at his phone and be distracted. He's probably fine with playing them over and over again. But also, he can almost understand sometimes from Julio's perspective if he thinks Erik is playing a little slow and it's like boring him to death, then maybe he's scrolling TikTok or something. I don't know. And yeah, Telly Olsen's probably feeling how Julio is right now. Like, it's a long match. Erik's in to muddy it up and grind it up and slow it down, and that's his style. And for the big cash, that's his prerogative, you know. And if Julio didn't like it, he didn't have to ask for a rematch. So obviously it didn't bother him too much, right? Otherwise you'd say, yeah, I never want to play you again. Two times, says Vino. Yeah, Josh Myers. I don't disagree. I did bring it up earlier. Like, I think you need to try to stay engaged. It's only going to hurt you if you're not paying attention to what's going on out there. Look at this shot from Erik. How nice is that control? Making the 7 there was not the issue, but controlling the 1 to straight in the side pocket, how good is that? Sven Polanski called it. But could you lay it up over the side perfectly, straight in? Like that? Bada bing, bada boom. Pretty tough, man. He's got that cue ball and object ball on a string. Yeah, Carlos. He could be just playing with music and songs, just changing songs. Both of them had the AirPods charging, I think, for a little while. So they were without music for a little while. Now they both got them back in. Long match. You almost need 2 pairs of them. This one's going a little far, I think. He wanted some angle on this 4 ball, and he's going to be straight in, I think. I'm sure he wanted some angle to shoot the 5 in the same pocket next. He might have to come underneath the 5 now to shoot the 5 in the low left. We'll see how straight he is or isn't. Jackson, maybe they sent one of Julio's guys back to Florida for more money. Yeah. Possible. Yeah, you wouldn't see it in a big match. That's for sure, Josh. I agree. Josh's Facebook chat just you know, saying that the phone, it's not good. A lot of times you're looking at your phone and then you look up to see what's happening in the game, and the guy's shooting towards you right at that second, pulling the trigger. So, you know, when you should be sitting still or maybe getting out of his line of vision. You don't always have to move out of his line of vision, but you should be sitting still. But we make rules in tournaments exactly like that, Josh. We make those rules. You're not allowed to be on your phone during the tournament, during a match. Yeah, Collins with post upstream plays his own music in the background to drown out the jukebox. And that's kind of what I was hinting at, was you can use copyright free music in the background. We're kind of okay where we are here. We're in a pretty quiet stream booth, and they don't really turn the music up overly loud at Leather Pocket ever. So where we're at in the back room behind a closed door, we're okay. We're not picking up the background music enough to get any of the copyright stuff. Man, what a break. What a break. He just pounded right through that. He almost hit it too good. Smashed it. Yeah, you can see him looking to his corner because this guy's corner guy's sitting over behind the camera here. He's looking over there like, how sick is this? I'm hooked on the one again. Been smashing the break, hitting it perfect. I'm hooked. Yeah, short racks allowed. That's right. And never keep quiet, Josh Myers. Always speak your mind. Say what you feel. And then have a discussion, right, guys? We can talk. Even if I disagreed. But this time I agree. Yeah, short racks, not typically in money games, but in very long races, I encourage them. I encourage the short racks, meaning the combos, because you kind of got to get on with it, right? Yeah, kind of a shaky move. That's right, Sven. And yeah, I actually love making a lot of, and it sounds funny, make a lot of rules before a money match, but just going over everything, you know? I don't want the guy to go for a washroom break every 2 games. I don't think that's okay either. So just talk about some things before the match, and then there's no problems. It just avoids some problems later on, right? Did the cue ball get kicked? Steven says. No, I think he just like crushed it and went straight through it. But he made a super jump shot there. He saw Erik tapping the table. Respecting a good shot. And you're welcome, Josh. And thanks for tuning in. Yeah, hoping he doesn't get spanked for hooking himself later on. Yeah, how about hooking himself on the 3, too? He's hooked himself a couple of times. This is a really tricky jump because you can see him, he can't really reach it. The masse, at first glance, you think, oh, yeah, you just masse, you make the 3. Well, then you're a mile away from the 4 if you're not hooked behind the 8. Not really a good kick safety there. He's not, you know, he's not got a lot of options here other than this jump. Yeah, good to set up lots of rules, right? Just Just that way there's no funny business. Nobody can be upset. Look at this. This is funny. I really like Julio's. He's animated. I like that part of his game. Got some animation to him. He'll do things like this. He'll go sit over there. He's just distraught with himself for being hooked. And now he can't figure out what to do. He's almost going to pull the trigger, and he couldn't pull the trigger. Now he's going to take the glove off. Can't kick 2 rails behind it. The 8's too big. I don't think you can make it like that. He's got to reach over, way reach over. Yeah, if he somehow got out from here after jumping the 1 in and then reach over, jump this in, and then who knows what else could happen between now and the end of the rack, right? And yeah, Tress plays his own game. There are a few things that'll get to Erik, but it takes a lot. He's just pretty cool cucumber, pretty calm. You can see the way he's sitting in the chair. He looks like just staying focused, staying ready. Pedro, what's up, pal? Hope you're enjoying home. Yeah, easy to fly that one off the table. Definitely wears his heart on his sleeve. This Julio can get a little upset out there. You can't blame him. There's a lot at stake here. But you do have to watch. You don't show too much. I mean, you can really start to give your opponent some fuel, you know. Erik start to notice that he's getting really frustrated and find a moment to just really punish him, right? Kind of a big rack here, you feel, you know, because Julio definitely bothered. Kenny Brown, what's up, pal? Stephanie Toy says the masse. Yeah, it was there. He could definitely make the masse, but I just think there was a high percentage that the cue ball was going to go behind the 8 because it's going to carry the left spin a bit. And then even if it somehow didn't, which was low percentage that didn't go below the 8, it was going to be a mile away from the 4, and he was going to have almost nothing on the 4. Yeah, super battle. Bill asking, you're right, buddy. It's been a heck of a battle out there. 160 viewers on the Facebook, 343 on the YouTube. I appreciate all you guys out there. Do me a favor, click that share button. I think as this match gets a little closer to the end, we might see those numbers up more around the 1,000 mark. We got about 500 live right now. Of course, never easy to watch the whole match, but these guys have put on such a great show. I haven't wanted to miss a game. Even when I left for a little while, I just went home, put it on the TV right away. Nice shot there from Erik, getting on the 6 ball, perfect. And you can see when the balls lay really nice and the shots aren't tough, he's getting to it. It's not over there wiping down his cue all the time or going to the powder on every shot. It's just in the really key big moments and the big shots, he knows when to take his time and be sure. This might be one of those times. It's just a little off angle on the 9 from where he wants to be. So he might shoot the 10. You can see I'm looking to shoot the 10 in the same pocket. Yeah, the kick was tough too, definitely. Could see just wasn't comfortable no matter what he did there, but he put himself there, right? That might have been another part of the equation, is he was just so bothered that he put himself there. After making a really good shot on the 1 and the 2. Nice out from Erik. Very nice. Clean. Thanks, Trevor. Yeah, Leather Pocket Billiards. We were having this match. We're super spoiled. 10 9-foot diamonds with relatively new Simonis cloth on them, all playing really perfect right now. 8 7-foot diamonds, 2 bar boxes. Really great staff. Shout out to the great staff here at LP. Owners are super cool, always add money to tournaments and getting these guys in some big matches, and we're very, very spoiled. Also, thanks to Lackno for having these tables playing so great. Check them out, guys. Tony Haynes from Lethbridge. He also just opened a small pool room in Medicine Hat called 616. Check out their social media. Give them a like, give them a follow. Same with Leather Pocket there. We got a Facebook page. Head on over there. Give a like and a follow. That way you get notified when we got big stuff like this going on or big tournaments coming up. Still going to that cut break, and he's executing it well. He's making balls every time, so he's getting the first shot. I think he's only came up dry once or twice since he switched to that. Something like a lot of games ago. 11 wins ago is when he switched to that. He ain't cutting this break, says Sven. I don't think he's going to hit head ball ever again. Maybe in his whole life. Head on, I mean, not head ball. You got to hit head ball. You got to hit the 1. But cutting it, you don't have to cut it like that. But he might never hit head on ever again. He's got this cut break working nice for him. And we all knew about this little cut break, but we couldn't always execute it so well. We didn't know how powerful it could be until Alex told us a few stories about some matches he was involved in and really showed us how to use it effectively. How good is that shot? How good is that? Kenny Brown, thank you, my friend, for sharing. Is he straight enough to draw back to the rail? A little inside spin, being left spin from here, to get the cue ball to shoot towards the 4? Or does he need to just stop right there, take the cut? Oh, he had plenty of angle to draw it back. So now he has a small decision. Does he land short side on the 5? I don't think so, because it looks like it's pretty close to frozen on the rail. In which case, you don't want to be shooting it over the side pocket. Well, he did have to flirt with that, let me tell you. What happened was he didn't quite get enough angle on the 4, I think, was the problem. Or he just didn't quite grip the draw enough. Yeah, he just slid by it, but slid straight in the side. Only saving grace for him is that 7 is still in a tricky spot. 7 and the 8. So even if Julio was to play a safe on the 7, the 8 maybe still doesn't go. And you might think, oh yeah, he could just land underneath it where he's looking. It's so difficult from where the 6 is. It's going to help having ball in hand on this 5, though. He could get precise shape on the 6 to get underneath the 7. But like I said, you still have to do something with the 8. Oh, Blaine likes Tony too. Yeah, he's the best. He does a great job. Very professional. Joko trying to get a match with Sven, I think. Well, Joko, me and Sven talked about playing something small. And by small, we were going to race to 120. A little 3-dayer. I don't know how many people are going to want to watch it, but we're going to have fun. Yeah, I like that little shot that SVB uses all the time. I know the one you're talking about. Just like to the rail and then a little bounce out with the spin. Yeah. So what's he picked out here? He's going to really go for it underneath. That's pretty good, I tell you what. But, again, 8-ball. I think he was hoping to have some angle on the 7 and move the 8, but I don't know that he does. Ooh, Sven with the comeback. I like it. Very good. Well, what do you do from here? Safety, possibly? I mean, the safety's not even that easy. But you could possibly miss the 7 towards the lower left and stun underneath the 10. And that's kind of what he's looking at now, I think. Because what you can do on that shot is stun into the 10 a little and maybe disturb the A10 just a hair. Erik's looking like, why has this guy got his hand so close to the 10? Don't be touching it now. Yeah, he's going to stun into the 10 and send the cue ball up table by the 9. Yeah, that's the right shot. Good shot. High percentage. That's how you want to play the game. Sure, you can make the 7, then do something with the 8, but it's a low percentage. Makes contact, but this is going to sell out a shot. Excuse me. Bound to lose my voice at some point during this match. Should have heard Grant yesterday. He had no voice at all. 6 days, 12+ hours commentary. He was done. His voice was done. Well, he did a super job. So fun to watch. What's the problem here? Did his music turn off or something? don't know what he waved his arms about and then looked to his corner. Maybe somebody was calling him. That might be the problem with the AirPods. They're connected to your phone. What if somebody calls you and you're getting down on the ball? Never thought of that. Gotta mute it. Looks good on this 10 to get it within 2 games again. Nice match these guys are having. Make sure you guys do me a favor, click that share button, click the thumbs up on the YouTube. That's all I ever ask for at these free CSL streams. So I don't see Julio changing his break, but maybe. Maybe. Last one he smashed and hit it so good he hooked himself. I don't know, like, do you keep doing that? Do you try something different? Looks like he's not going to change it up. Like he scratched a couple times that way. Really lost the cue ball that time. Did not hit it square. Hopefully I still qualify, Sven. Yeah, maybe his coach keeps texting him, yeah. It's possible. It is definitely possible that one of his corner guys is texting him like, hey, what are you doing, man? Get it together. Quit being so emotional. Erik fine with just leaving him half of this one. Pretty sure he hasn't left him enough to make it. Probably just half of it for a safety. Erik probably thinking bank the one between the 10, 2, 7, 9, that window there. Yeah, right where he's pointing. And then send the cue ball. There's such a big wall there. I'm surprised Erik would push to the spot. Should be in jail here. The 7, 2, 3, 4, 6, 8 is a huge wall. Watch him put the cue ball over there. Oh, but don't crash into the 2. Otherwise, you got to get a little lucky, and he didn't. He's left Erik the edge of this ball, and he might be able to pot it. You see a little grin from Erik there. He knows he should have been in jail, and he's not. Thin one that he deals with so well. What a great shot. That was a way harder shot than he made it look. A little fortunate to come out so good on the 2, but I mean, when you make a great pot like that, good things happen. a firm believer that when you hit the ball good, good things happen. A little jacked up here. He's not loving this. This is a very, very tough shot. I think if he was only bridged over the 8, this is really hard, but bridged over the 6 and the 8. I like that Julio got out of the way there. Julio knows this is a tough shot in a big moment and doesn't want to distract Erik. Yeah, you can see, like, he couldn't put his hand very close to the 8. He had to be far away because of where the 6 was. Yeah, and that didn't slow down. He's hooked. The only positive thing about this is the 4 is really close to the hole. You put him as like at least 50-50 to kick this one in off the left side rail. I don't think he tries to go to the end rail. Maybe he does. The end rail kind of gives him some two-way. You see where he's looking there with lots of right spin. So if he was to miss the 4, the cue ball is going like towards the 5. I don't think he misses it, actually, if he spins it enough. If he hits it, it's really hard to not make it if you hit it. Jackson, you're a funny guy. Jackson says, anybody ask Julio what table they're playing on Friday night? Insinuating there would be a rematch. So he touched the 4 thin, didn't make it. Has he left enough of this for Julio without like playing a double kiss or a lot of swerve? It's got to be available with just lots of left siding, you would think. But he hasn't shot it right away, so maybe not. He does look pretty confident about it, though. Then the question will be, does the 6 pass the 8? And at first glance, I think so. He had enough to play it with a right spin. And look at this, he's going to land underneath the 5. And that's a huge mistake from where he was. If he could see enough of the 4 to hit it with right spin, I think there's no way he should have landed underneath the 5 like this. Seems like a big mistake. Does he play the bank? I think he does. Plays pretty nice. Maybe not as big of a mistake as I first thought. If he can recover with the bank and the position, looks pretty good. Good shot. Yoko, why don't you just message Sven instead of trying to set up a match in the chat? I don't know what personal stuff you guys got going on, but I don't think the CSL chat during the Erik Vargas Julio match is the right place to talk about it. Jaden says, take a rest, Ben. Why would I do that? When am I going to rest? Oh, after Erik wins 10 more games, then I'll rest. Sleep in tomorrow. He doesn't want to be straight in here, and he's flirting with straight in. It's not the worst problem, but it means he might have to power up this cue ball a little more than he'd love to. Draw back to where his arm is, out to middle table. It's a good stroke. Very good. He knows he still has to pay attention here, though. The corner pockets play a little tight over here. Good shot. Wow, what a match. What a match, 25-24. Giving Erik a handful this time. I don't know that Erik's going to be ahead 34-26 like the previous match. I think this one's going to go a little tighter. Just the way we like it. Shout out to Predator and Jam Up. My good buddy John Schmidt there, who is one of my favorite commentators. And I know he recently posted something about he's available to hire for commentary. And I think the industry needs more John Schmidt. I think he does such a fantastic job of making the game sound very difficult. It is very difficult. I think a lot of us commentators were not so good at making it sound difficult. We're like, oh, he'll just draw this ball 3 rails around for short side. But there's so many things going on when you do something like that. Pool's such a difficult game. I really love that John is always making it sound difficult, giving it the respect it deserves. Doesn't hurt that he's got a million super funny one-liners that just crack me up. Probably a good time for Julio to take a break, to be honest. Just the flow of the match. And so I'll throw up a couple more posters and take a couple of seconds myself. Good time to go refresh the water, use the washroom, guys. All right, Julio back, ready to break. Only trailing by 1 game in a race to 35, and they're getting close here. Wow, does he ever smash that break? Great. One problem I've seen with it, though, is he does hit it with a little bit too much going through it. So a lot of times he is going to end up like hooked or with the cue ball down table. This time didn't matter, didn't make a ball. And if Erik can find a way from the 1 to the 2, rather find a way to just pot the 1 and keep the cue ball somewhere on this side of the table, I like his chances. Yeah, easy to rattle that ball from there. And maybe a big opportunity here for Julio to tie this match up. Could have a race to 10 on our hands. Just gotta watch this one doesn't go behind the 9. Looks like it's gonna slow down just in time. He's gonna be on the wrong side of town a little bit here on the 2. Trying to get to the 3, not so easy from here. Got to get the window between the 6-4. And then he's going to have to deal with the 7 later, but it's not something to think about yet because the safety is really easy from below it. And I don't think he would even contemplate breaking it out. Gord Kerr, thanks for tuning in, pal. Yeah, long time no talk. Doing good. Hope you're doing good too. Sven, just send the guy a message. Enough woofing in the Facebook chat, you guys. I mean, I like it. I'm all for the drama, but let's watch this. Let's pay attention to this. Let's chat about this. You guys are funny. Well, he might be dead straight in on this 4 and just be able to follow through for the 5. If he's got angle to flick the 8, he might contemplate it. He might be able to flick the 8 out of the way of the 7 with this shot. How handy would that be? Yeah, the chat makes stream worth watching. Isn't that great? Sometimes it's great, Eric. The banter is good. Just the... I know you're just responding, but I told Joko the same thing. Yeah, the woofing, you know, the barking, probably this isn't the place for it. Probably like you want to set up a match with somebody, Joko, Sven, anybody else out there, you just send them a little message. And then they can respond. Good shot there. But I am a bit surprised to see him play safety there. I don't see the full intention. Unless he was on the wrong side of the 4 and he couldn't get to the 5 in the side. Maybe the cue ball was going too much into the 8. But yeah, Eric's going to be okay with just tying up the ball here, I think. Oh, how smart is this? This is very smart because now he's put the 10 in a way where the safety's not easy on the 7. You see Julio is contemplating the bank on the 7 later. Whoa, Eric in the Facebook chat. PG stream here, so I'm just going to delete your comment. No swearing in the chat, guys. Keep it to PG. You know, we do have some kids that watch. We had some kids in the building watching this match earlier. And there's a kid right outside this door, a 13-year-old that plays. Filipino kid, and I know he likes to watch Erik Vargas play. So let's keep it clean. Thanks, Erik. Okay, looks like Julio's going to try to move the 7. Does he have angle to move it? Or is he going to bank it? Looks like he's going to bank it. The bank goes. I like this play. This is high percentage. It might be something Erik missed a little bit. Or he's willing to let him have a shot at the bank, knowing that he could miss it. Banks are never 100%. Oh, yeah. No. Steven, you got it right, pal. Don't let those guys. Don't let them bother you, you know. They're just out there woofing. People like to woof. And sorry to hear about your wife, pal. You know, we're all here for you, right? Pool family is big, and we're all together. So I hope you know that. What a match. 25 all. These guys came to play this time. They're going to keep the crowd in it the whole way. And I'm the crowd. I'm loving this. What a match. What a super match. Race to 10 now for all the cheese. I like Gord's comment. Who doesn't like watching Erik, the people he beats? That's very true. I've never liked watching Erik when he beat me, but I like watching him every other time. Shout out Leather Pocket. Billiards here in Calgary, Alberta. Are they pattern racking? Haven't been paying attention. Erik wants to know in the chat. Yeah, I think so. I think they're putting the balls in the same spot from what I could see. There's not much difference in the pattern anyway. But I'm also not sure if that's something they agreed on before. I think they probably talked about it. He has scratched in that left side pocket quite a few times. This is at least 3 times that I've seen since I kind of sat down here. At least 3. Definitely something to think about. You know, it's like really bothering him too. You can see it really bothering him. It's an instant momentum stop is when you scratch on the break because you just won a game. You know, and the score was 25. Correct me if I'm wrong. 22. It was at least 25-23. So, you know, he won a couple of games in a row and then scratch on the break, give the momentum right back. Although Erik's not taking full initiative here, leaving himself an easy shot on the 2. He's left a real tough shot on the 2. Daryl Johnson in the chat, welcome. Thanks for tuning in, pal. Okay, Joko, just send the guy a message. Last warning, or I'll just block you or ban you or something. Like, I don't know why. Now you gotta, like, start swearing a little bit. Like, just take it easy, man. Not the place or the time. The drama is nice, but it's not the place for it. Maybe you guys should make a Facebook post about it. Chase, we miss having you play here, pal. You know where to find us. He's trying to see if he moved the 8 and the 7. He definitely just moved the 8 with his cue. But he's saying on the way back. But it doesn't matter if it was on forward stroke. There's no impeding ball rule. Like, people get this weird thing, like they think it's a foul when you're shooting over a ball and you touch the other ball. But he didn't. It was on his backstroke anyway, like kind of after he shot it coming back. I hope they don't want a replay from me. Bunch of 5-year-olds. Done. I'm glad I bet you're so used to this. I bet this happens lots in your group, you know. Bunch of children. So Julio's trying to say that he like. No, he's trying to say that if you're shooting over it and you touch it while you're shooting over it, it's a foul. It's not a foul. It's like a made-up rule that people like to try to say that it's a foul if you touch it while you're shooting over it. No, it's not. But emotions are running high at 25 all. Yeah, I gave them one more warning. I think Joko got the point. If it's cue ball fouls only.
It's not even foul. It's a cue ball.
Yeah, if you guys are playing cue ball fouls only, then it's not a foul.
No, we are agreed that if we move forward the ball, when he's in top the ball, is a foul.
So what I got out of that was they agreed earlier, and Erik didn't disagree. Erik's not happy. He's not supposed to be happy. He actually made a pretty good shot there, even if he touched the 8 a little bit. But so what they agreed on in the previous set actually was that in that situation, if you touch the ball when you're shooting over it, it's a foul. So they had already that had already been previously agreed on, which, you know, at first I'm like, no, there's no way it's cue ball only. But if they had agreed on it, then that's the rule. And they're good. That's fine. Yeah. I like that it just gets squashed right there. Carry on with the match. Erik's not going to let it bother him. He knows that. He knows better than to let that get to him. Seasoned players see it all, you know. Whatever happens. And yeah, I like what Nick said there. If you pull the ball out of your way in the backstroke to better your position for the forward stroke, it's a foul. No, it wasn't like that. It was just what I meant, like on his backstroke, I meant like after he had hit the ball, the cue ball, I thought he caught it on his backstroke, but it wasn't. It was on the on the stroke where he hit the cue ball is when his shaft hit the other ball. So he's going straight to the safety here because of where the 4 is. Try to stun onto the 6. It's leaked out a little, but the 4's still in the game. But he's going to leave this jump shot that he didn't want to leave, right? He freezes on the 6. It's going to be a very difficult hit, and then he gets ball in hand later. He plays the 1-10 combo. Yeah, Erik's never cheated. Not that I've ever seen.
It's
Yeah, like I don't really like the in-between rules. I think you're either playing all ball fouls or you're playing cue ball only fouls. I don't really like the shooting over a ball and you touch it is a foul. I don't think that's a foul in cue ball only fouls. Do you see what I mean? So I don't like the in-between rules. I forgive you. Who put that pocket there? The chat in the YouTube. Did they pinky swear? And what's up, James? This is safety. Might have looked like he was trying to pot that ball, but I don't think he was. Maybe he was. Looked like a safety to me. Just misplayed. Yeah, what if you're queuing beside a ball? I mean, yeah, the in-between rules and the gray areas are what we're always trying to avoid, right? Let me tell you, there's some gray areas in the rules for pool. And yeah, no, Nick, I know what you mean with that. And there's got to be like, there has to be lines drawn in the sand. But I know what you mean. And that's the gray areas, right? Guys are pulling the ball out of the way before they shoot. But that's like if a guy was to do that and we video reviewed it, it'd be like a loss of game. Like if you did something like that, it'd be considered unsportsmanlike conduct, and the referee could rule it as a loss of game, not just a foul. And then if you do it twice, a loss of match in this situation obviously would not be a loss of match, but could definitely, like if they had paid a referee, the referee could call, you know, a loss of game. And yeah, Brian, I think they had already gone over the rules together, but it just wasn't that clear what happened, so they wanted to just double check. And that's okay. And it's not like Erik's going to be thrilled about, you know, decision didn't go his way and his opponent got ball in hand with a quick 3-10 combo to take the lead, but that's okay. It's part of the game. Good stroke there from Julio. Big stroke. Pounded that 3-ball in, went around the 8, off a couple of rails, into the 5. He can see the 4, but not sure he can do a lot with it. Knock it behind the 6 safe is okay, but you don't want to leave an easy 1-rail kick for Erik, or a 2-rail kick. He's going to try to use the 7 to block that, but he didn't cut off the 4. Yeah, the thinned 4-ball earlier, Ethan. I don't know if maybe it was a lot easier to see on my TV at home or something, but it was clear as day that the 4 moved earlier. So I don't know where the argument was. Looks like a couple misplayed shots from Erik there. He's got to watch that. Doesn't lose focus here. Got to stay focused, stay engaged, stay in the match. It's right in it still. Pretty good shot. Looked like it wasn't going to stop in time, but it stopped, I think, perfect. Larry says, I get winner. You're like the 5th person to say that. I don't want to play Erik. Yeah, Richard, you're right, man. Those gray areas, especially in these kind of situations, it can really turn ugly really quick. I'm glad it didn't. I'm glad they did a little fist bump there and they just moved on from it quick and they're back to the match. Julio with a great chance to take a lead here. And, you know, late stages of the match, big moments. Straight on the 10 for 27-25. Julio coming with it this time. And the pace of play has been great today as well. This match is scheduled to pretty much go about the same pace as the last one, which was 10 hours. Look at him trying to think about what he's going to do here on the break shot. Definitely has been elusive for him in this match. Last match he was breaking pretty good right near the end of the match. And this one I've seen a lot of cue balls go in the side pocket. Seen some dry stuff. Seen him be hooked a lot. Just hasn't worked out. Shenanigans aside, what a match, says Sean Fleming. Yeah, that's right. If there were no shenanigans, it wouldn't even be that great of a match. Need a little shenanigans. Ooh, he almost forgot to mark his score there. His corner guys would have not let him forget that. Yeah, Brett White. Players should always call it on themselves. Yeah, I think it's unsportsmanlike when they don't. And people can have different opinions about that, but I compare it to like golf. It's supposed to be the gentleman's game. Golfer approaches the ball and touches it with his club, and nobody's looking. Does he count a stroke? Of course he does. Doesn't wait for his caddy or the guy over there to say, hey, you touched the ball, and that's a stroke. Just have to play honest and with integrity. Edward went for a 5-mile run and a 5-course meal, and the stream's still going. Well, I don't think you run that fast, but you probably got time for another 5-mile run. Unless Julio just runs out from here, because he can get going and play real quick, but I don't think so. The break's been elusive. I feel like this is a big game, this one. He really wants to shoot this 1-6 combo. The problem is the shape's not guaranteed. It's hard to control the cue ball and where the 1 goes. The 1 can go underneath the 3. Safety underneath the 10. Pretty good shot because he's got a lot of room to work there. Tried to go underneath the 10 to get the extra safe, but he did good there to find the path to miss the 5 even was really, really good on second glance with the siding. Erik in some trouble here. He needs to stop the bleeding and right the ship here. He was up 25-22 or 23, and now he's lost a number of games in a row. And this kick shot's very difficult. Oh, he's hit it so good. But he's not getting any luck out of it. Definitely left the 1 on with angle to get to the 2, however Julio wants. $5-mile run to the beer store, yeah. close to his work here, but I think he wants to play something off the 9 to move the 9 a little bit. Is that what he's trying to do here? Oh, so he played the 4, but he hooked himself solid behind the 5. Yeah, anytime you're playing that combo like that, you're just trying to control so many things happening. Pool's hard enough already with 2 balls. Now you add a 3rd ball in there, and you got to predict where the 2nd ball goes and where the 1st ball goes and try to make the 3rd ball, and there's so many things happening, too many variables. Easy to lose it there. Softly into this, I think. Really soft. Just to leave it there. Yeah, looks like he got plenty of rail after, like came on and off the rail a couple times there. It's a good shot. I think Erik hits this one full and stop the cue ball there and bank the 2 ball a couple rails maybe underneath the 6-3. Oh, he's going underneath the 10. It's not getting there. He's leaving a little window between the 10-5, but he's got good distance. But I think there's a lot of room to work here on the safety. Yeah, right where he's putting his chalk. And he's probably going to bank the 2 up table anyway if he gets the safety wrong. Good shot. And it looks like the 5's going to cover some of the jump shot angles too. So Erik going straight to the washroom. And I need the washroom too. I'm going to just run quick as well. Well, Josh Myers, I sure hope you're right, pal. Yeah, first match was won by Erik Vargas, 35-30. Close one. This one looking to be close too. Some good shooting from Julio in the last match, but it looks a little sharper this time around. Maybe it's the backwards hat. Kind of wearing it, not really wearing it. The Peggy Lion style. Love it. Love it. He's styling this time. (28-25), racing to 35. Still some life in this one. Still some life. You definitely, you don't write off either one of these guys at any point in this match, but you definitely never write off Erik Vargas. Anybody watch him play before, he does not have quit in him one bit. Switch sides there with the break. You see that? And you know he doesn't love breaking from that side. But he switched it because, you know, he's not making balls and he's not getting a shot on the one. And both those things happened that time, thankfully, at the same time for him. Christian wants to know where Erik's from. He's from right here, Calgary, Alberta. Originally from Philippines and then moved to Winnipeg for a few years, number of years. And then he's been in Calgary for quite a while. Always tough to push out. You're always getting the worst of it when you're pushing out. Like the guy always wants to put you back when you're in a bad spot. And, you know, anytime it's like push out to a safety, the guy is just going to put you in jail a lot of times, right? I think he puts him back here. I think Erik pushed to the jump. And position on the two is just really difficult. Yeah, in the same hometown as Pegline. That's right. I need to start making something happen. That might be the way. What a shot. What a shot he's played there. Shout out to Nick's cue innovation with the buttery smooth jump cue. How easy did that look? That's why he pushed out to that spot too, you know, because he knows he's got this cue that performs so well. He can afford to do those things. I think he's got enough to spin this two ball in. Cue ball not totally natural to get to the three, but it's heading in that direction off two rails. Slapped at that one. That's not the usual smooth Erik stroke that we're used to seeing. Like quick on the delivery, much quicker than what we're used to. We'll see. He hasn't left anything easy. Maybe just a safety. Oh, he pots it in the side from that angle. At that speed, that's a good shot. And the 7 maybe the only tough ball. 6 to the 7. Starting to pick up the pace a little. He can smell the finish line, I think. John knew back then that Erik was going to be a top dog. Yeah. He's got all the right tools to be a good player, you know. And now he's adding in the health aspect. So he's been laying off of the sugar, and he's been trying to exercise regularly, and he's lost some weight. He's looking good out there, which is important in these big matches because race at 35 is a real physical thing. It's not just about a mental test or a skill test. Very much a physical test, too. Get where he needs to get. Has he got where he needed to got? He's going to try to drag this one in, I think. Oh, he took the bump off the 9, and he's going to accept a lot of angle on the 7 here. I feel like this is a pretty big shot in the match. I mean, every shot from here on out is a pretty big shot, obviously. But that one especially. He gets a kiss on the 10. He's got some clean cueing between the 9-10. It's a good shot. It's got a real chance here to get it to 29-25. Erik got to stay calm over there. Things haven't gone his way for... This might be 7 games in a row for Julio. Well, I don't know. Could be trying to position the 9 in the side next. But he knows best from this angle how the table's playing. And he looks to be inch perfect. He's dialed in. He's dialed in. I think Erik's in big trouble here, guys. Looks like big trouble to me. And Julio with his pace of play, and we've heard about it before, obviously a good front runner. Most good players are a good front runner. They're feeling confident, and pool's so much about confidence. He looks to have the speed of the table just dialed in now. I saw a couple pretty tight positional shots there from him. Nicely done. I like the little glance over at his corner there, like, you guys see me now? Can you see me now? I'm here and I'm fighting. Oh, and he moved the cue ball back to the right side and smashed the break, and he's going to get a little shot at the 1. And you can see the momentum shifting and Julio's confidence growing because he didn't really think about that break too much. He just got the rack he liked, and he just went for it. Erik trying to focus up a little bit here. Maybe getting a little fatigued, a little tired as well is definite possibility. 8 hours into the match here, a little over 8 hours. Did he take out the earbuds? Yeah, might have been a good time for it. I'm with you on that, Tom. Just try to find something to refocus here. Looks like, yeah, that is what he did. Did he get perfect on this ball? Just like makeable? Oh, he nearly froze on it. That's Erik trying to say he thought that was a foul. I don't think so. Not mine to call, though. I didn't see it. Yeah, these guys they keep coming over for the camera, try to see these silly calls. I don't even.
Double hit it.
I don't know.
Damn, this system is good.
Yeah, it's really good. That's a good stream. Back. It's impossible though, because look at the
Oh,
angle.
yeah, watch.
That's fine.
I don't know how much the replay helps in these situations. It looked like a good shot to me, but I'm not here to make the call, and I don't want to be the one to. So,
Let's see if it goes forward. I'm like,
yeah.
Rewind, Barry?
But I see why Erik's upset. I mean,
oh shit! Did I pull something out?
you're okay. You're fine. No worries. I think just the heat of the moment, too, you know. Erik got up and looked at it before he shot it. I think he should have just got them to slow-mo it on the phone or something. But yeah, it looked like he shot away from it a little bit. And he jacked up with his cue, but yeah, I don't know, man. Yeah, They wanted to come see the replay, but I don't know how good. Like, unless you super slow-mo that and zoom in and all these things, right? Yeah. Yeah, he shot away from it with a full massé, no foul. I mean, it's, yeah. Tough situation, right? I'm not, Johnny Andrick. If you want to see the replay, you got to rewind the YouTube. That's all I was doing to show them the replay. Was just rewinding the YouTube. So if you go to the YouTube, you can go back. Can't like slow-mo it. Or maybe you can. I'm not a professional at the slow-mo or anything. Erik needs to just relax though too. I mean, needs to just try to calm down. But yeah, I'm sure you guys can imagine when there's a large amount in the middle, the emotions are running high, right? That's a real thing. And it hasn't gone Erik's way for quite a few racks in a row now, and so I don't necessarily disagree with him being upset there. I'm not one to make the call there. Try to, they didn't ask me to ref the match, and it wouldn't have been okay if they did, because I'm going to see the shot with my heart a lot and try to pull for Erik just naturally. As much as I could just say that I'm not going to, and I'm going to try to only see it as it is and be unbiased and all those things, it's just not how life works. Yeah, kind of hard to foul the way. No, they weren't frozen. They were not frozen. So, and one player that was watching it here made a good point that they kind of jumped a little. Yeah, like Blaine says, if it jumped a little, then I don't know. Oh, and Tasha and Rick said you can slow it down to a quarter speed. Well, there you go. If you guys slow-mode it, then you're going to be able to see if there was double contact there. At first glance, I thought no, but then the more I watched it, the more I thought maybe. You can try to convince yourself, start talking yourself into it sometimes. And yeah, Timmy Bristow, it is Ben Francis on the mic. Thanks for tuning in, pal. And everybody else tuning in, I appreciate all you guys watching. Drama-filled match, it's been nice. Keeping the crowd in it here. But thank you guys all for watching all day, and do me a favor, click the share button 1 or 2 more times. We got still lots left in this match. I've seen Erik get a little fired up in these situations, and that can go either way for him. I definitely don't see him quitting. Not for this amount. There's no packing it up. He's going to fight like a dog. And no, Christian, I don't think that was a sharking tactic or anything like that. Like, I think, like, even you can read a couple comments down from yours. Tom Joyce thinks it was a foul too. Gideon. It's not like huge drama. They just a little discussion on a foul or not. The usual pool stuff, right? If there wasn't like just a little bit of that, then it's not even that much fun. Such a hard shot. Such a hard shot. I thought he might contemplate a safe, like by banking the 1 up towards the 10, 2. I suppose it wasn't easy to get a good safe out of that. But not easy to play the combination either. And you're right, Dominic. You probably want to, a good time to try to slow him down a bit. Well, that's going to slow him down a lot. Not a bit. A lot. He hammered that. He didn't look totally in control there, and that's, emotions are running high now for both of these guys, if they weren't already before. Timmy, they're playing cue ball only foul, but with a variation of if you're shooting over a ball and you touch the ball going through it, it's a foul. Like if you touch an object ball while shooting through it. I love it. This comment from Gideon. Since when did Erik need to be told to take his time? Yeah, definitely. He knows when to muddy it up. Man, he made a big mistake from the ball in hand. And he landed real funny on the 2. You could see him, he didn't panic. Yeah, you could see he didn't panic, but he wanted to. He wanted to. Instead, he just like quickly, well, not quickly, but he just shot the ball, you know, tried not to show too much emotion that he was in a bad spot. They're just going to get somebody to watch this now, which is fair.
Can you come with the phone? So
It's getting tough out there now. Like, to try to hold it. For me to do it, Julio asked if I would do it. I don't know. It's just tough for me to do this and that. And then I'm going to go out there every time they need a ref. I don't know. I kind of feel bad that I didn't just jump up and do it, but I don't know. I didn't sign up to ref this match, nor would I. Yeah, he didn't touch the 4, but it didn't matter. This is the same thing as ball in hand. Yeah, just Erik, the wheels fell off, man, big time when it was, 25-22, and then since then it's just not gone his way. And from ball in hand on the 1 there, he just landed way funny on the 2. Should have never been crashing into the 3. Crashed into the 3. Absolutely tree-topped himself over the 4. And now with this weird rule of if you're shooting over the ball and you touch it, his percentage of making that 3 jacked up like that with the rest was like super, super low percentage. Yeah, tensions are high right now for sure. And I will say, in Erik's defense, there was a call earlier in this match that was a foul for sure that Julio shot, and he argued it pretty hard. And so tensions have been running high since then. I won't get involved more than that, but yeah. Oh, Gideon, he took the words right out of my mouth. I'm glad you said it, pal. Gideon said they should have paid for a ref. Like, all the money in the middle, they could have paid somebody like $500. They would have refed this. No problem. Not me in particular. I'd rather not be the one. But, yeah, there's lots of guys who would have refed it. No problem. No problem. Probably for less than that, too. But at least no controversy there. And Erik's a great guy. Somebody in the YouTube chat, is Erik a good guy or is he angle shooting? No, and there was somebody in the Facebook chat that thought it was a foul too, so it's not like, he's just going to see it a little funny. And yeah, there's somebody else in the YouTube that thinks it was unnatural the direction of the cue ball would suggest a double hit, moving the ball to an unnatural angle. So, of course, like, you know, everybody's going to see it a little different. $31-25. What a turnaround. I'm pretty sure, and you guys can correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure Erik was up 25-22. And Julio's rattled off 9 games in a row. And the balls are rolling his way. Everything gets kissed around, and the window has opened for a shot on this one ball. Long way to the 2, though, but you think if he can figure out a way, then that's really the job done. Some of those shots he just shoots a little quick. Bit of a difference between, you know, Erik's game and his game is Erik would take a really long time on that shot because it's the key, where he just tries to get it over with, you feel. It's all Joko's fault. Momentum did shift when Joko just wouldn't stop. Oh, man. And it's all gone wrong. Look what's happened here. There's no way he turns down this combo. He's just going to try to find somewhere to put the cue ball safe. But he's going to hit it with some speed. And he's going to try to make this 10 ball and get an early win. Pretty sure. He has kind of looked at a safety. And I haven't seen him call the 10. I'd be so surprised if he didn't play the 10 here. The one ball went. The one ball squeezed by. He crashed into the 8, kind of put in a bad spot. I'm pretty surprised he didn't play the 10 there with some kind of two-way cue ball. There's been a couple of fouls where stuff happened, yeah. There was a couple. There was one early where Julio fouled, and then, you know, I wasn't here in the booth for it, but they had Peter slow-mo, but I slow-moed it on my TV as 1,000,000% a foul. It wasn't like a double hit call. It was just going past the ball. You know, a ball that he was hooked on, and the cue ball hit that ball very, very clearly. Very clearly, the cue ball touched that ball and moved it. So there's been a couple, you know, and then some disagreements back and forth, and that's expected. Emotions are always going to run high when there's a very large amount in the middle like this. And you can get a little worked up, you know. And you can see Julio's corner guy there. He's just giving him some words of advice and some wisdom, and just probably just asking him if he needs some water or. Yeah, exactly. Good corner man he's got there. One thing in pool that I think a lot of us are missing, say us, like I'm actually a touring pro or something, but I think a lot of the top pros are missing, is a coach. I think some of them are starting to figure it out now. But having a coach, you know, very important. Every other sport has a coach. You wouldn't go into a tennis match without a coach. You wouldn't go into a golf tournament without your caddy. Pool player's always been alone. Oh, this is a good shot. Just keeping stuff contained. Might be able to make the 9 here, though. Might be able to make the 9. Come off the edge of the 2. Make the 9. Looks like it. That's what he's called. Daggle. Someone check with Dunn. I think he put a bet on Erik about 45 minutes ago. Dunn put a bet on Erik a long time ago. He did. He did that. And he knows 1,000% I'm going to blame him if Erik loses here. I kind of already insinuated that I would blame him. Prof. Carrillo in the chat wants to say, can I say hi to Mexico? It's Independence Day. Hello, Mexico. And happy Independence Day. I've never been there before, but I'm going next month, and I'm super looking forward to it. It was the girlfriend's idea to go there for my birthday, and I haven't really taken many vacations like that without my pool cue, so I'm super excited. Good shot from Erik there on the little kiss on the 9. Made another good one on the 2. Got perfect on the 3. A little far from the 5 here. He needs a good shot. One more good shot away. And then we're going to get to see him with that grinding second ball break that can definitely get him back in this match. Yeah, during the 4th or 5th rack, made that bet. We can't exactly blame him. It's been, you know, anybody's match pretty much the whole way, but we're going to blame him. If. I'm still, you know, I think it's far from over. I think Erik's just, he's the type of player, and you can almost see it by his body language at this point, is he kind of gets up for this, you know? This is kind of, I mean, it's not ideal, but he likes this. This is something that he'll like the opportunity. Let's see what he's made of. This is what I talked about earlier, was you get to see what you're made of. You were up 25-22. You were right in control, 10 games away from the win. All of a sudden, everything has changed. This needs to go. Another ball roll for him, I think. Might be okay. But yeah, you kind of get to see where you're at mentally. Can you withstand the fight back from Julio and stay composed and come with a fight back of your own? Just goes to the little bit of powder there. Just want to make sure on this one. Cue ball kind of near the rail. We saw Julio miss one very similar to this earlier. At a pretty, I'd like to say, key stage in the match, but these guys have kept it so close the whole way. It's not been one game to make a huge difference yet. Minus maybe some of the funny stuff. When some of the funny stuff happened, it was just a little weird out there for a bit. A little drama. Who doesn't like a little drama in their pool match, you know? Great match these guys are having. You love to see it. Nice fighting spirit from both players. Done with the face to the forehead. Or the hand to the forehead, I should say. Words are getting tougher at 11 o'clock at night here. Been a long match. Erik won the first set. Julio. Or sorry, Joe Bordello with the question. Who won the first set? Was Erik. Score of 35-30. Nice close one. But he's employed this cut break now after being down 18-14. Up 22-18. And crap from there, says Dominic Dunn. And Jesse Nickel, if you scroll through the comments, I don't want to be the one to disclose how much is in the middle, but I think a couple of people have said it at this point. But they asked us not to disclose in the last set, so I'm not going to be the one this time. Yeah, exactly. Your guy wins 8, but Julio wins 9. What do you mean this is my fault? Can't be my fault. I'm not the curse when I bet. You had already bet when you messaged me. What I should have done was when it was like 18-18, I should have asked if you wanted to hedge your bet and put a little on Julio. That way, if you bet a little on Julio, then maybe Erik would be winning. He's coming back here. I'm not panicking yet. Dave Pajem, welcome, sir. Julio's from Miami, Florida. Well, if Erik can find a way to win this game by grinding this 7-ball that's tied up there, kind of slowing Julio down again. We've seen this momentum shift a couple times in this match. Did he try to break that out? Or was he trying to come around for this angle and now wants to move it this time? Or he's going to lay up underneath and play safe? Choices. What's up, Ryan Milano? Homber in the chat, too. Some Erik fans out there for sure. Julio lives 3 hours from Dom, but he's betting on Erik. Well, that's why, I guess. Julio probably pays you to not bet on him. Then you already listed your shoes for sale. Well, hopefully you don't get any offers because my guy's coming back here. Okay, what's he got? He saw something he likes. The safety. Is the cue ball getting there? He came up short a couple shots. A couple games ago, he did it again. He's done it again. There was a time earlier in the match, mid-match, where he had a little safety from ball in hand and just came up short of the rail and almost identical to the distance off that end rail. And those are the kind of shots that can really start to tilt the guy a little bit, you know? Yeah, he had a lot of room to work there, I think. He wanted to make sure he got the thin hit to not move the 9 too much. I guess if he hits it just a little bit harder, the 9 maybe moves just out of the way. But you got to make sure you get the rail there. That's a big mistake. Oh, and that one's going to cut deep because that was on his break, under his control, and let it slip on the safety there. And the second time in the match where he did not get to the rail on a pretty simple safe. That one a little more difficult than the previous one, but still. Big mistake late in the match. Now trailing by 6 games. You're welcome, done. Good night, pal. Yeah, Timmy Bristow. I don't know, man. I don't know what you say. Oh, I love the done comments are the best. You think they flew here with 3 people to play for 4K? Classic. Okay, Julio just smashing this break from over here still, fearlessly. I think goes without saying, if Julio wins this, it's got to be a rematch, right? You got to find out who's going with some money here. But yeah, got to be a rematch. Like, Erik's going to ask for one for sure. It's just going to be a matter of if Julio can right now, or if it's got to be later, or, I mean, technically, Julio could ask for Erik to go to Miami and play. Technically. But if he likes it here, then, man, he should just keep firing. Why not? Should be 2 more matches. Yeah, still not over yet. I mean, we're definitely, like I mentioned, you can't really ever count Erik out. He has the perfect style of game to make comebacks, like the grinding style, you know? The quick fire style is not really typically the way to make a comeback. You kind of just tend to lose quick. But the grinding style is, you know, tends to be the way, but it's not going to matter if he doesn't get to shoot. Julio with the big break there and the shot on the 1, and he's got a great chance to run this rack. Yeah, Colin. Maybe I'm next. I don't know. Maybe I'm next. That's maybe the best comment so far is from Folan. Steven, he says, the loser has to deliver 16 4K TVs to the other guy. Oh, that is good. Yeah, Julio just kind of turned it on here late in the match. He did this previous too and ran like 4 really quick racks near the end of the match. He tends to turn it on quick at the end, but didn't work out the first time. It's working out pretty good this time. He's 6-game lead here, looking to take a 7-game lead. Yeah, take me versus Dom. to help out, would ya? That'd be great, Richard, if I do play next. And Dom, I believe in all my friends like that, so you're good. If you ever play, I'm gonna cheer for you too like that and always believe in you. Good shot there. And he didn't seem too overly worried by getting straight on the 9 because he didn't power back the draw shot or anything to get the 10 in the same corner. He just took what he could get. Made the long shot on the 10. No problem, he says. No problem. 33-26. Erik's still looking focused. Got to just stay calm. But in big trouble here. Now's the time. You're looking to keep your opponent off the hill. If you can, if you get to shoot. And thanks, Steven and Gideon. You guys are too nice. I do my best. We're super lucky here, like watching these two superstar players playing on this great table in this awesome pool room. Very lucky. Very blessed. I like how, don't tell us what they played for this match. Don't tell us what they're playing for this match. What did they play for last match? Same. And no, they didn't do both matches today. They did the first match on Saturday. And thank you for that. I was wondering where Julio's from. He's from Puerto Rico. That's great to know. I've never been there. I'd love to go there. I know they have Predator events there, and Grant and some of my friends went there and told me nothing but great things about it. And it'd be awesome. Tell them your house is on fire. Fake an injury. Jeez. Has Dom taught you guys nothing? Yeah, Julio play again. I just wonder, like, did they have a flight booked home? Like, what is the schedule look like, right? You know, I don't know. This is in Alberta, William. Very good. Oh, mistake on the safety from Erik, but Julio just instantly erases the mistake and gives him an easy look at this one ball. Long way back to the 3, though, and I'm not sure Erik has the whole pocket here. This might be like 3/4 of the pocket and trying to force this a little bit with the rest. Oh, he did well there. How good is that draw shot with the rest? Nice control. It's all about this 4, though. Tell you what, Julio looking a lot more comfortable in his chair right now than he was halfway through the set when he was on his phone the whole time. Oh, let's see. He's eyeing this up like it goes in the side, but I don't think so. I think it goes in the corner by the 7-8, but the side's got to be like so tight. Yeah, I didn't like that. Especially with a stun shot. from distance like that. Now that seemed like a curious choice from Erik. He's taken like maybe only 2 or 3 risks that I didn't think he would take. But late in the match, a couple key errors late. For some reason, Julio doesn't like this. It's pretty thin. He might be in between cutting this one in and playing safe, but I think safe's the right shot. Oh, look at that. He spins it with the extreme juice. This is why safe might have been the right shot, because position not guaranteed. You could see, well, he couldn't see. He was blocking, but crashed into the 7. Now he's far away from the 5 with another tester of a shot. Yeah, Teresa, you're right. Erik's demeanor a little more seasoned, but looks like Julio's the firepower, man. He's been shooting straight as an arrow. You can see by shots like that. He maybe had only half a pocket there, but didn't seem to matter. Right in the back of the pocket. And this 9 and 10 to get him on the hill. This is what we saw in the last match. Was Erik up 34-26. And Julio needing to win 9 games straight. Looks like Julio's going to reverse it on him. 34-26. Julio needs 1 game. Erik needs Jesus. We got a big tournament coming up in a couple weeks here. About 30 players on the list already, 30 paid. It's looking like we're going to get at least 40, so get your name in there. Going to be a good payout. Always a fun tournament. Anybody can win that one, and anybody has won that one. We've had 12-year-olds win it, and we've had like 450 Fargos right in the mix there, and nice tournament for everybody. Jeremy. Yeah, I don't want to be ever questioned for my integrity, so I take myself out of those situations. I'm glad you picked up on that. Jeremy Smith in the Facebook chat. They asked me, my opinion. I just don't want to give it. Because of course, I say it's not a foul, I'm siding with Erik, and I say it is a foul, and then Erik's mad at me. So don't want either way, right? So I'd rather just avoid the situation if possible, and it was possible. I was chosen to do the stream, and I like to do that. But reffing is not a job I enjoy doing. And thanks, Teresa. Everything's great. Hope everything's good with you, too. So looks like he's half ball hooked on this 3, and this match isn't over yet, folks. He had a pretty good break there. He had a real good chance to just run it out, close this stuff out, but now he's got the 3 flying all over. And he's leaving Erik a pretty good shot. Let's see what kind of fight Erik's got in him. Julio showed us a nice fight in the first match. From 34-26, he got to 34-30 with 3 really nice breaking runs. Erik calling the 6 here or the 4? The 6, okay. Looked pretty easy. From the camera view, it didn't look easy. I thought maybe he had to billiard it in or something, but like clip it in with the cue ball. This has happened a couple times to him. We come up just a hair short on these side position shots. That's a bit of a mistake, landing on the rail there. Can he go forward here comfortably, missing the scratch? I think he's okay. First glance, he looked like he might be leaving a natural scratch. And rattle those from that angle, though, and he did. And he's bothered. It just hasn't gone his way this time. That's pool, right? That's pool. In the first set, they both did string some racks together, like a 3-pack each. But in this set, it's just not been the same. The break has not cooperated with either one of them. Erik actually went to the cut break, which was very surprising with how good he's been hitting the break. And Julio's like just scratched a bunch of times, and a whole bunch of funny stuff happened on his break. That's a good shot there. Maxed out the spin, coming around. Knew he was going to land underneath the 9 here. He's got to shoot the 9 in the corner, I think, from here. You shoot the 9 in the corner, shoot 10 in the same corner, and collect the tomatoes. Plays a draw to the end rail. Nice. Nice shot. One more good shot. Close this one out. Oh, and he wiggles it in there. And he loves it. Good match. Good match from those gents. We'll find out when the rematch is. Stay tuned. No, I'm just kidding. We don't know. Let's see if there's a discussion about a rematch. Thank you guys so much for tuning in the whole day. Awesome pool, but it's twice as awesome when you guys are chatting with me, and I appreciate you all. See if there's a discussion. Try to catch if there's a discussion about a rematch. I'm going to go out and congratulate the players. Thank you guys all for tuning in. I'll leave the camera running for a minute. We'll just watch for a second. And have a good night, everyone.